Time to set the stage with the lights off. Let the little nigga breathe till the fight's lost. You ain't never like the room with the bright sauce. Hail Mary, they despise what the light brought. Let them roach niggas bleed if they can't see. sa.neter TV, what you can't be. They say that murder on my mind, now they can't breathe. Take a picture of the crew, that's your last peep. Oh, and need me your love, yeah, that's just me. Keep them jumping like some frogs, so they might be leave with the sunset. And they don't really wanna bleed from the gunplay. And like mine, niggas smoking weed on the one-way street, nigga. Yeah, we see we outside with it. Pull up to debates like we might be with it on guard. Side these niggas like bullshit and they fraud. Let me chop them down with the sword. Walk them down like they live bars. This the toughest you gon' be in, we too hard. And you don't really want that smoke, my G. Who would be sa.neter TV? This the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Keep that off your lip before you get flipped. We got sources over here, we don't just spit. Too many bosses over here, y'all just legit. Put them niggas in the game, let them get real. Don't even step unless you come in with that scholarship. That economic tip, gotta make a dollar flip. And I might be next, I don't give a damn, a truth rolling with me, so I'm feeling like the son of man. Too many gon' hate, gotta make a stand. I'm just trying to duck the lake, you don't understand. Read them when I greet them, that's my best plan. Head first shit, I'm just saying. Nigga meet me in LA, oh you just playing. Too many be fake, what the base saying. So I tell them they don't want no smoke before they end up in the newspaper next day. Smoke, this the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. And this is it right here. The toughest you gon' ever be in. You wasn't conscious before us.
This is the toughest environment to be in, and we're busting pinatas.
We did it. sa.neter TV. So stay your ass in your little bitty box where you feel safe. Cause it's motherfucking monsters over here. Real monsters.
Peace and Pan-Africanism. It's your brother Herman Smalls in the toughest environment you can be in.
This is the toughest environment to be in, and we're busting pinatas.
Yeah, y'all already know what it is, man. Yo, man, listen, first of all, let me make this clear. This is the toughest environment to be in. We don't want that chatty patty stuff going on over here. We don't want that crying. This is where we deal with the information. All information gets checked and challenged. If you're scared to get your information challenged, then just go hide somewhere. Hide under a rock. Don't even put out the information because we don't believe you. We believe the facts. We believe the proof. We believe the sources. So you know how we do it over here is source up or shut up. And so without any further ado, I bring to you Minister and Dr. Inky in the building, man. What's up, Inky? Ink, you hear me? Inky, do you hear me, brother? Look like you have frozen. Oh, no, you didn't freeze. Testing 1 2 1 2. Inky, do you hear me? Let me give him a call. He don't hear me. Yeah, I hear your phone.
I can't hear you, sir.
Oh man,
the team option for next year.
Oh, my bad.
It didn't work out. There's that. But then you're only at a.
do you hear me now? Do you hear me, Inky?
Yes, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, man. That's why I was calling you. Like, yo, what's going on?
Bam, there you go. My bad. I had to.
Yeah, I was calling you, man. I brought you on. All right. First of all, I want to say this is the toughest environment to be in. That's what I was saying. It's about the information. It's not about slander, none of that. So if you're scared to get your information checked and challenged, then go hide under a rock. Don't put out no information because everybody gets their information checked and challenged. We don't believe you. We believe in the information when you fact check it, when you show the facts and the proof and sourcing up. So without any further ado, once again, this is my second take. And I bring to you Minister and Dr. Enqi. What up, Enqi? What's happening, man?
Nothing much, man. I seen that, I seen Ankh called my name out.
Yeah, okay. He did call your name out.
I said, oh man, Ankh, you calling my name out. You calling me pseudo and Ankh antics, you know what I'm saying? So I said, I think it's time that we probably have a conversation, me and Ankh. You know what I'm saying? Because over the years, it just got so crazy and contentious. I think that for a large part, I don't even understand the beef anymore in 2025. You know what I'm saying? I know that he's still, promoting this Darwin thing. So I would just like to understand the context of why he's so passionate about Charles Darwin. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't.
We gotta slow down on my right, man. Thank you. Hold up. Thank you, that one guy. Thank you, that one guy, man. Thank you, brother. Oh man, I gotta slow down on it. Go ahead. And you text me the title. I should have been looking right at the title, but go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So now, if we could get Ankh to pop on or call in, you know what I'm saying? I think it'd be good for us to just talk about.
I want to see what you got first. He want to see what you got, man. He want to see what you're coming with.
Hold on.
Though, Inky. I think you are jumping out of your lane, though. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. Your lane is health. Your lane is health, brother. You're going into his lane. All of us have lanes that we go by, and Ankh's specialty is evolution. It's evolution, brother.
That's not good for you to say. Respect.
All right. Well, the people want to see what you got.
No, but I'm not going to show what I got. I have conversation for Ankh. Ankh doesn't get to throw a rock and hide his hand and wait till I present information, then see if he got the answer, and then try to call around the 15 people again. Like, no, you just got to pop up and defend your statements. You went live, you called me out. Now the least you could do is just pick up your phone. You know what I'm saying? Especially if what you're presenting to the people is sound information. If you feel like you on sound footing and you don't have any reason to duck, I don't see what the problem is. But going back to you, Sir, you can't tell. I mean, there's probably a lot of new people that's watching your channel, right? So for those new people that have only heard Ankh since he and I have been going back and forth, those people might think that Ankh is I wouldn't even say that's his lane. I would just say that maybe he's enthusiastic about talking about evolution. But Ankh presented himself like, now we just call him Ankh, you know what I'm saying? But he presented himself as Ankh of the Amun Ra squad, you know. And so his specialty is supposed to be.
No, ain't no more Amun Ra squad, brother.
No. I know, because I destroyed the Amun Ra squad. Sorry, you forgot. This is what I'm trying to remind you.
Credit for that, man.
There's no more Amun Ra squad because I exploded it. That's what happened. Like that's the reality. Like I single-handedly dismantled it.
Well, if you listen to that interview that I did with him, I specifically asked him about why did you abolish the Amun Ra squad, and he explained that some of his people that was there was going different ways. They became pseudo. They was
no. Look. Listen, that's him telling on himself. See, when he say they going different ways and going pseudo, what's happening is I presented the information so many times in so many different ways till we raised the consciousness level of the people until it became undeniable. And so some of his constituents, some of his partners, some of his co-researchers began to see the information in a different way. Like, wait a minute. Ankh, you wrong about this. This is a fact. Like, this is true. Like, you can't, you can't present Kemet and try to make it seem like Kemet is an atheist culture. Like, those ain't Rolex diamonds. What you done to that? Like, that ain't, so over time, as people started to really analyze what was going on, you know what I'm saying? Some of those brothers that really are into Kemet, they had to move away from Ankh because Ankh's core teaching was atheism. He's a God killer. So how can you be an atheist or a God killer and then represent Kemet at the same time? Kemet is the home of gods. Religion sprang from there. Christianity, Judaism, the Bible, Islam, that all comes from Kemet. So you can't be pro Kemet and anti-God at the same time. That's oil and water. Those things don't mix. And you can't even be pro Kemet and then pro Darwin at the same time, because those things do not mix. You know what I'm saying? Those things do not mix. So just being able to like pull a Elijah Muhammad and sit the clean glass next to the dirty glass, it would definitely create, contention, especially since atheism was a primary point of the Amun Ra squad, but you had Muslims, Christians, and you had religious people in the Amun Ra squad. Like the charade couldn't last that long. So that's the part that that he's probably leaving out. But in his explanation, he's giving credence to letting people kind of know what happened, where people had to break up because they just couldn't keep the charade going for that long.
All right, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
So are you telling me that you disagree with evolution? You don't believe in evolution? You're not trying to follow evolution? Talk to me, man. Because you are a health genius.
Okay.
So within your health is evolution itself. If you claiming to be a doctor, if you claiming to bringing in health and stuff like that, then you got to be dealing with evolution, brother. So I just want to hear from you. What does evolution means to you?
Okay. So here's one of the things that me and Ankh discussed before, right? And I busted Ankh trying to like pull a fast one on the people. And Ankh is slick with that. Like Jabari busted him doing the same thing the other day with confluence. Ankh gets busted pulling fast ones often. So what Ankh tried to do was a sleight of hand between Charles Darwin's theory of evolution and the actual word evolution. Those are two drastically different things. So even blending the two together to lean on one and then lean on the other to divert people's attention when convenient, that's like disingenuous. Because Charles Darwin's theory of evolution is a very specific set of information. Like that's a book, right? And it is the center of scientific racism, not scientific literacy. So there's a wide variety of things that, you know, I challenged him in a very specific context on in terms of that book. But in dealing with health, right, you have to understand cells, you have to understand cell biology, right? You have to know what the makeup of a cell is, how cells work. You can't now, health and fitness are two different things, right? Because this is how I had a debate with Rob Bourne back in the days, and I destroyed Rob Bourne to the point where he asked me not even to put the video up. Like, could you take that down? Because I got a career and you messing with my business. But health and fitness are two different things. With fitness, you don't really have to understand health. You don't really have to understand the nuanced, you know, you don't have to really understand cell mechanics and things like that as much. Fitness, you just need to understand exercise, pressure, rest, recovery, things like that, activity levels, and how to, you know, very surface level. Health is different. Health is about regeneration. It's about longevity, right? The most physically fit people in the world don't have longevity. We don't have bodybuilders that are 100 years old, right? The people who live to be centenarians or 100 years old, or the people that populate blue zones are not, you know, TRT, steroid, you know, GLP, like they're not people that use drugs and surgeries or extreme exercise to get to the longevity space. So, you know, fitness is more about what type of work you can do in what type of time period, and health is about longevity. It's about being able to maintain your body function and being able to maintain your cognitive ability, you know, 80, 90, 100, 110 years. So those are two drastically different things. So,
all right, now, you know, I got to stop you, man, because you still didn't answer my question.
Okay, what's the question?
What is evolution? What is evolution to you? Because you deal with science, you deal with health, you deal with medicines.
Evolution means
Do you? I don't want to hear what it means. Yeah, I do want to hear what it means. But yeah, because I asked you that. Yeah. So what is it to you? Do you believe in evolution? That's the questions I've been asking you.
Right. Well, I have my own religion. You know what I'm saying? So I don't believe in evolution. You know what I'm saying? Evolution just means change. Evolution just means change. You know what I'm saying? It's like a scientific way of addressing calculus. Calculus is how things change over time, cycles and patterns, right? So evolution is that applied to you know, whatever specific thing you're talking about. So if you're talking about human evolution, it's how humans change over time, right? But when we speak about Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, Charles Darwin proposed a very specific ideology about how humans change over time. And so I would like Ankh to, you know, speak for himself and be able to talk about the Charles Darwin thing with me. You know what I'm saying? I think you should call Ankh up, you know, and me and Ankh have a little, you know, powwow. You know what I'm saying? A little 10 minutes.
I'm trying to tell you, I already spoke to him. And so we want to see, now remember, you're the one calling him out. He don't want to just get on.
Whoa, I'm not calling him out. See, that's where you be wrong.
Go ahead.
He called me out in his video. He didn't have to mention my name in his video. He could have did his video and left me out of it. He didn't. That's how I always get trapped over here and get rebranded and it'd be a whole new narrative spun. I'm not hunting Ankh down. I'm as off in my own universe doing what I do. And then all of a sudden, bam, here go Ankh doing the video in 2025 talking about, yeah, you know, that's how we destroyed Dr. Inky and the pseudos and the woo woo. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. What is happening right now? Where is Ankh? How you going to call me out in your video and say you smashed or destroyed or whatever? If whatever you did, you should have no problem with jumping in with a call real quick. See, ducking is cowardly. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not becoming. If I call somebody out, the last thing I'm gonna do is hide and be like, well, let me see your information first. What you want to see my info first? If you got the right information, you got the right information. You shouldn't be hiding your hand or whatever the case may be. You should be able to stand on whatever whatever you saying. And now if he's rebranded himself over the years from a Kemetic scholar to a evolution scholar, you know, that's his lane, like you said, you know, hey, hold on, Enqi, because this might not be your lane, brother. You deal with health, you know, Ankh deals with the evolution. If he deals with evolution, he should have a lot of time studying evolution, reading articles, books, or whatever the things that reinforce his foundation. He should have no problem with just popping up and, you know, having a little conversation. Like, why would that be a difficult thing? I'm not going to like troll him. I'm not going to troll him or, you know, like whatever. But I do want to understand what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So what I need you to do is show us what he have wrong dealing with evolution. Show him.
Every part of it is wrong, Sa.
Show us, like, give us some examples of what he talks about is wrong, is inaccurate. Give us some examples, brother.
Charles Darwin's theory of evolution is wrong. The whole thing. That's why I'm trying to say, like,
you got to give us some examples because he might think you just trolling him.
That's
get some views.
That's not the case. What's actually happening,
brother? That's all I'm asking you.
No, Sa, listen. If I was trolling for views, I would be on my page. If I was trolling for views, I'd be on my page trolling for views. I need them, right? I wouldn't not be on your channel for a long time and then come on your channel to troll for views with Ankh like that. That would be the last thing I would do. I might as well continue talking to Reggie. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to bring Ankh out. You know what I'm saying? It's a matter of me trying to understand, wrap my head around what it is that he's trying to present. There's no part of the Charles Darwin's theory of evolution as he applies it that is correct. When he talks about the out of Africa theory, when he talks about the Kemetic people, you know,
I think you're scared to bring it out, to come out and talk, man. Yeah. You're scared because whatever you got, it should not change it. Oh no, he want me to come out with mine. Hold up, so he can see my work. And brother, it don't matter if he see your work. If yours is right in the back, hold on. If it's the absolute, I don't give a damn who see it. It's the absolute. Let him bring out his information. You crush him on it. So come on, brother.
There you go. Wait. That's what we should do. Exactly what you just said. Let him bring out his information and I crush him on it. But you got to let him bring. You got to listen, Sa. We got to do Sa. You've been around these two. Hold on, Sa, because this is probably more about me and you than me and Ankh. Listen, you've been around all these.
You, brother. I got love for all of y'all.
Sa, listen, you've been around these new guys too much. This is not how you operate. This is not how you built Black News 102. This is not how you did it, brother. You would stop us. You would stop us before and be like, now hold on, brother. You know I can't let you go in on such and such, and he not here to defend himself. You gotta wait till I get the brother here so you can say this face to face. You can't be doing this behind the brother back. You can't. Now all of a sudden you trying to create a cheat sheet for Ankh so Ankh could do like Enqi 101, you know, like so he could study up real quick. And what I'm saying is, I don't have a set presentation of slides to battle Ankh. Like, it's a matter of a Q&A. It's a matter of a conversation. It's not like, oh, well, show us what you holding over there. It's not, I'm not holding something over here. It's just, I know that I'm very well versed. Hold on, listen. I'm well versed and comfortable with my conversation. So I'm not scared to have the conversation. Didn't in his video, hold up. Now, cause you're gonna make me clip up the video you just did with him and start trolling. So listen, in his video, after he mentions my name, doesn't he go on a little back and forth, little rant with you about, yeah, you know, it's easy to sound smart when ain't nobody right there with you. You know, if somebody right there, then, you know, boo, whoop, you got to play defense on the. So that don't apply to Ankh? Isn't it easy for Ankh to sound smart, calling people out when those people are not right there in the room to respond? Isn't it easy for Ankh to talk crazy and throw names out there when nobody's there to ask him a question?
Here's the thing, Inky.
Come on,
if Ankh is watching, right, and you want him to hit that button and come on in here, you got to show something where you saying, hold on, he is wrong in something. You know, Ankh don't take that very lightly. When people come up and say he's wrong in this, you got to show something. Otherwise, he ain't gonna hit that button. He ain't gonna come up in here because he gonna say you just trolling.
No, sa. Listen, you doing.
I'm gonna drop the link in the chat, and Ankh, if you there, hit the button if you want to come in. Ankh, I'm putting the link in the chat.
Sa, you're doing a good job of trying to defend Ankh, but you
I'm not defending Ankh.
Listen, you already said on the video that you just spoke to Ankh, so we know that Ankh is watching. It's not an if. It's not an if. It's only an if he wants to defend himself, or does he just want it to go down as big bad Enqi? Wait, look,
Enqi is scared. You see that? You scared, man.
Look, big bad Enqi done chased Ankh off the block again. That's what this is going to go down as, Sa. Big bad Enqi pulled up. Ankh called my name. I pulled up on the set. This how the young folks do it now. You make a diss song and you call somebody's name out. And so they pull up to your neighborhood and they looking around to see where you at. Right? So you call my name out, and now I done pulled up to the block, and now I'm outside. Yo, I'm outside your building calling you out there. Yo, come outside and talk all that what you were saying. No, I heard what you were saying. Come outside down front. Now you upstairs at the window, Uncle upstairs at the window, like, nah, yo, hold up. Who you got with you? What you wanna fight us? What you want? Hold up, man. You was just talking crazy, and now I'm here. I'm out front.
Right, this is all I'm asking you right now. This is all I'm asking you, brother. You got to come with something, because you called me and said, Sa, I want to go live. I want to get at Ankh.
I want to
okay. Hold on, let me finish. I said, okay, as long as you're dealing with the information. I said, we don't want to deal with slander. We don't want to talk about this or that. If you're dealing with information, let's go. And Ankh said, if he's dealing with information, let him come on. Let's go. And so now you're here and you're not showing nothing. You're not doing nothing. If Ankh was here, he wouldn't say, no, man, I want Inky to show me first because I want to make sure he ain't going to do all of that. He gonna stand firm. He gonna stand on the square, and he gonna show you his sources. And that's what one of the things I'll do. He sources up. So now I'm asking you, and the people are here.
Never source up. Listen, Sa, hold on.
Hold on. No, hold on. It's the topic says Dr. Inky is upset. Why? Dr. Inky destroys Ankh on Charles Darwin theory of evolution. We waiting to see what you're going to destroy him on, brother.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Stop. This is how we do this. Look, if I start going into information, right? Then what we'll do is we'll just end it like that, and Ankh won't have a chance to defend himself. How about that?
We can do that. Let's get it in. Yes.
Look at you, jumping at the opportunity to protect Ankh. Now look in your chat. Hold. Look in your chat and see. Look in your chat and see what they saying.
I am not protecting none of y'all. If y'all coming with the information, how can I protect them? If you coming with facts in the absolute.
All right, so look, Sa, how about this? Forget about Ankh calling, jumping on the line. Why don't you just call Ankh on the phone real quick and let me ask him some questions?
All right.
I think that's fair.
Enqi, listen to me. This
Hold
is
on, no. Come on, Si. Just call him on the phone and let him speak for himself. Don't keep responding for him. Just call him right now while we live, like how you do. Come on, Si, and see what. Let him talk for himself.
You are too much, man. You are too much, brother.
Come on, Si.
You know, you and Ankh had problems, brother.
And this would be a good way.
You don't want to just come in and deal with you like that, man.
I'm almost 50. Ankh is way older than me. As older men in the community, we have to be able to show people that we can have conversations and put foolishness to the side. Now that right there is even bigger than the contention about Charles Darwin and any of that other foolishness. Like, we got to be able to show people a certain level of decorum and maturity in class if we presenting ourselves as scholars. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we can have fun and go back and forth with it, but I mean, we do have to be able to like show people that we have some sort of class and some sort of integrity behind what we're saying. You know, I understand him wanting to get me to show my cards before he sit down to the card table or whatever the case may be. But you got to stand on the integrity of calling me out. You know what I'm saying? Especially when
he ain't even picking up. he see what's going on, but he's not picking up.
Okay, now
bullshit right now. Come in with information, brother.
Hold on, sir. You gotta relax. Now listen, I see he got some of his students in the chat. Would any of his students like to come up?
Call them out if you see them. Tell them to hit them.
I'm saying would any of Ankh's students, you know, Cedric or any of the pseudo killers, would any of them like to defend Charles Darwin's theory?
He calling me. Hold on. Yo, Ankh, I want to let you know. First of all, I want to say you're live.
No, you say who you calling? What?
I'm calling you. I'm saying that you're alive. I would like for you to.
I'm in the middle of working. I'm not dealing with idiots, bro. Come on, Dad.
All right,
get out of here with that.
All right, brother.
Tell him overthrow modern biology, yo. He should get
tell him overthrow modern biology.
Tell him good.
Hey, you can tell him right now. Tell him.
I like the way you're overthrowing modern biology. It's good to see you still a pseudo. I'm out.
All right. Oh man. So he hung up. So I told you it's good to see that you're still a pseudo. Overthrow biology. That's what he's saying. Modern biology.
Okay,
see?
Now see, look.
See what you got.
Hold on. Wait.
Darwin theory, and you scared to let out your information. Let's do something, brother. I don't want to waste my time, man. Let's do something. Come on.
Listen, we doing something. You gotta relax.
I am relaxed.
This is good. Listen, this is good content for the channel. This is good content for Ankh, because right now people gonna have their opinions, but it's going to be a large amount of people that's going to see this, and they're going to take this as, oh, Inky, you was BSing, woo woo. But most of the people, they're going to be like, yo, Ankh was scared. He called in and said, nice to see I'm debunking modern biology. Or how did he say that? What was his exact words?
He said he would like to see you debunk modern.
Right. Okay. So right. That's one of those mind games that Ankh plays. See, that's why he hang up the phone real quick, because my question was going to be right there. I was going to ask him, what connection does Charles Darwin's theory have to modern biology?
Why don't you tell us?
There is none. There is no connection of Charles Darwin's theory to modern biology. That's what I'm trying to say. There's no matter of fact. Here, let me pull up at least one.
There you go. Let's go. Get into the information, man.
Listen, I'm gonna just pull up a little light. This is the appetizer, just so you can see how.
Show us where Ankh is wrong and everything. Show us.
I'm gonna just show you, because this is silly, right? Okay, so let me see what we should pull up. Okay, let's do this. Let's pull up Pangenesis theory. So this is why I'm telling you that Ankh has never sourced up when it comes to Charles Darwin's theory. You just don't understand Charles Darwin's theory, so you believe that that's what he's been doing. But he's never, ever sourced up on Charles Darwin's theory. He just been talking a lot of talking. And so people that aren't familiar with the information, people who aren't like fluent in the space, they don't know any better. So they just have to go with personality. Like, you know, they don't rock with me, so they rock with him. Or maybe they rock with me, but they don't rock with. So they're just judging on personality. They're not familiar with the information, right? So the first thing we could do is demonstrate the racism. I always like to make sure we put that on the table, that Ankh is teaching white supremacy, right? So before we even address the science part of it, we should just always address, when dealing with Charles Darwin, the white supremacy, right? So let's look at the white supremacy part of this first. Sai, you're gonna have to hit the you know how we do this, Sai.
Yeah, no doubt. I got you.
All right, yeah, you're gonna have to hit the share screen. Charles Darwin's let me see.
If anybody out there disagrees with Dr. Enqi on the Charles Darwin theory, hit the link.
No, not anybody. Not anybody. I said specifically Ankh students. Okay. I don't want to have a conversation with a random person.
Y'all heard him. He corrected me on that. Y'all heard him.
Yeah, I want to talk to Ankh, but if not Ankh, you know, he be having little clones running around. All right. So can you see that right there on the screen, Sal?
Yes, you up and running.
Okay. No. I just want to make sure you could see it.
Yes, I can see it.
I want to understand, you know, going to the inception of House of Consciousness, sa.neter on 125th. You know, you out there taking pictures and videos with white folks kissing your feet, and Ankh being you know, I ain't gonna say necessarily your right-hand man, but Ankh's been around for a long time. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm just trying to understand, like, how has he made it a point all these years to stick around and teach white supremacy, right? So here's the book, right? This is the actual title of the book. On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection. Now, when people are trying to hide the truth, they just leave it like that. They just say on the origin of species by means of natural selection, or they will paraphrase and just say Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. They leave this whole entire second part out. You see what that say? Or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. You heard that?
Mm-hmm.
This is the white supremacist Bible. This is the white supremacist Bible. This is the science that backed any and all justification for what Black folks would experience throughout the rest of, you know, the 1800s going into the 1900s. You know, this is how we get, you know, Francis Cress Welson's famous debate and you know, the bell curve book and all of these things that some of the people that are just getting into, you know, quote unquote consciousness, they might not even be familiar with. They might not even be familiar with that landmark debate Francis Cress Welson had in the bell curve book, and the author of that book, and all of these things that set us back. So that's the first part right there. We could that can't be debated. You see, so it's not even a matter of debate. I would just like to ask him, why, as a person in the community, does he promote white supremacy? Right. So that's that. There's that. Right. Now, sorry.
Yo, Doctor, listen.
Yeah.
There's a movie on Netflix that just came out, 2025, and it's called somebody Google it for me if y'all don't see it. It's called Orphan. I think it's Orphans Black. Orphans. And that movie is bad. It's a series. And that's what they're dealing with, natural selections.
Now,
I gotta go check that out. I'm watching it. I'm up to like 5, I think. I'm up to 5, and it's dealing with natural selection. That joint is deep right there, man.
okay, now we could read this, because most of the people, hold on, before we even go there, most of the people, again, they're into personalities. They're into personalities. There's people that will call me out of my name before they never even been to my channel. They never read a book that I wrote. They don't know anything that I'm actually into, but they know that me and Ankh is ops and they like Ankh. So they just, oh yeah, Inky is. So I know for a fact, 90% of the people that's talking about Charles Darwin theory of evolution, first of all, that right there is going to hurt. He's going to have to explain to these people how he been running around all this time promoting white supremacy. You're going to have to explain how you promoting white supremacy.
Ankh is not, I don't see Ankh promoting white supremacy, brother.
So you want me to put the book cover back on the screen?
No. You gotta do that.
All right, so let me ask you then, what do you think it means when Charles Darwin is talking about favored races in the struggle for life? Which races would be favored? What race do you think Charles Darwin is saying is the favored race?
Put up the quote. Let me see him.
I just read you the title of the book. What is happening over there, Si? You okay?
Let me see it.
Si, I just put this on the screen. We just finished looking at this. We just finished looking at this. Si, this I just read this to you. Like how you go ahead, hit the share screen. This no. What are you doing, Si? What are you? No background music. Listen.
So is this book by Charles Darwin?
Oh my God.
I'm looking for the title. Who wrote it?
Hold on, wait a minute. Sa, listen to what I'm trying to tell you. We got to take this slow. That's why I'm saying I don't want to rush none of this. You see what I'm saying? Like you just trying to like get it on, you know what I'm saying? And bang, boom. Like, no, we need foreplay. We got to take our time. This got to settle in. Think about the fact that when I came on, you told me to be careful, brother, because this ain't my lane. Then you said, this is Ankh's lane. Now, mind you, Ankh has had different channels throughout the past, but none of his channels have ever gave him the exposure of your platform. Your platform has always been the main place where Ankh teaches. So it is insane that Ankh has been over there teaching for years about Charles Darwin's theory, and people don't even recognize what the book looks like. They don't even know the title. So how you don't know this is Charles Darwin? First of all, I just told you this is Charles Darwin's book, and this is where the theory comes from. But how is it that you don't, like, if he's over there teaching? I
don't have his book.
It's not about that, Sa. It's not. Listen, Captain Tazariak, if you listen to Captain Tazariak teach somewhere for more than 20 minutes, you know that he's talking about the Bible. You know, because he's proud of the book. He's showing the book. He's reading the book. He's flashing the book. You can't watch Captain Tazariak for 30 minutes without knowing it's the Bible. You definitely can't watch Captain Tazariak for 5 or 10 years talk about this, like this material, and not know where he's getting it from. And if you have watched him for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, talk about Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, and he has never actually shown anyone the book, it is not possible for you to say that Ankh sources up, because you just said, yo, Inky, come on now, you're wasting the people time. You got to source up because you know Ankh sources up. And I told you, Ankh has never sourced up when it comes to Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Ankh does not know what he's talking about when it comes to Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. nor does anybody who blindly goes along with what he's saying. This right here, what I'm showing you, is the actual title of Charles Darwin's book. Charles Darwin's book, where Charles Darwin's theory of evolution comes from, is not titled Charles Darwin's Theory of Evolution. The book is titled On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. So now, if you're telling me that a book titled The Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life is not white supremacy, explain to me your point, sir. Come on, sir, your mic work.
No, I'm asking you, is this Charles Darwin book? You might be in trouble now. yo, Inky, you might have problems now, man. You know why? We got somebody better than Ankh hit the panel just now.
Is it
a scholar, God damn it.
Is it Ankh's student?
No. Ankh is one of his students. A scholar.
So
call him the Floyd goddamn Mayweather of the HOK. Who I'm talking about?
I don't even know. I think that's me.
Professor Jabari Osazi. Now we're gonna see what you know, brother.
I think you're talking about me.
Yeah, we're gonna see what you really know now. What's going on, brother Jabari? Professor
Peace.
Jabari?
I'm well, and peace to brother Inky. I'm glad that he's on. I just want to say really quickly that I mentioned when I was on your couch last, I guess Friday.
Last week, yes.
People often look at Charles Darwin's work and they assume that he's making a racist claim. What I think I'm hearing Inky do is make an argument primarily based on the title of a book. I was sitting here waiting for a while, and I would have waited longer were it not the fact that I got to get up out of here. But I want to be really clear.
Oh, so wait.
Wait,
so
let me say
come off, Inky. Don't do that.
Say this and then I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna stop, Inky, because I don't want to block what you're doing. But I want you to look at page 15 of that book, and you're going to see. This is something I cover with my students, by the way, because we talk about Charles Darwin. You're going to see that he describes what a race is. And in this instance, he's not even talking about human beings. In his parlance, race includes types. And he's referring to animals and plants. I think that Enqi might be thinking about social Darwinism, which was an extremely racist movement that led to eugenics. But Charles Darwin had nothing to do with social Darwinism. That is where other scholars took his work. Charles Darwin himself was an abolitionist and very clearly lectured several times on the unity of all human beings. Now, am I saying that Charles Darwin is without fault? No, he's probably a man of his error. I'm sure that there's some quotes in his book that you would read. There's some quotes. I've read his book, by the way, all 500 plus pages. I think that there's sometimes he says something and he doesn't say it in a way that I am comfortable with, but very clearly he does not describe Black or African people as inferior at all. In fact, Charles Darwin is one of the chief architects of the concept, which has been borne out by science now, that all human beings have their origin on the continent of Africa. That's in this book, and I can show you those quotes if you like as well. But look at page 15.
All right, let's Enqi respond now. Now, Enqi, let's see what you got. Now,
I think I am certainly not just a lackey, as you might call them.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Now, let's go, Enqi. Now you can.
Whoa. We don't just let's go, sir. You gotta relax. I'm driving the boat here. Okay, you gotta relax. So first of all, Unc calls me out.
We ain't talking about Unc no more.
Stop. Would you like the floor, side? Go ahead, and then when it's my turn to talk, let me know, and then I'll start speaking.
All right, go ahead, brother. You can go. Go ahead.
Now, Unc scared to death to pop up here, so he tags in Jabari to come in and try to create intellectual arguments that Unc is not in possession of.
I want to be clear. I haven't spoken to Ankh. The last time I spoke to Ankh was when everyone saw us have a conversation on
Friday.
I haven't spoken to Ankh. He didn't tag me in. None of that happened.
Okay,
but the reason why
Jabari, hold.
Go ahead.
Since you popped in and you sitting in that seat over there,
yep.
Are you saying yes or no that Charles Darwin's theory of evolution is good science, is correct science? Yes or no?
I am saying yes for its time. There have been advancements since then.
Okay.
I also heard you make the comment has nothing to do with biology. How in the world could you make that comment?
Hold on.
No, you gotta let him finish, brother. Let him finish.
I think you're making some bizarre arguments, and you're making it primarily based on a title of a book, Enqi. Look at page 15. Please, you have the book. Why don't you put page 15 on the screen so we can read?
Hold on.
Because I can.
Hold on, Jabari.
You might have to do it, Jabari. You might have to do it.
Wait a minute. So Jabari is Jabari's filibustering the video and redirecting people's attention away from the science. Is that what we're getting ready to do? Because what I told Sa was that I was getting ready to expose the science, and we was going to make a brief stop to read the actual title of the book, which Sa didn't even recognize, from an expert that's been on his page for 5 years teaching this information. So now I asked you a simple question. Is Charles Darwin's theory of evolution correct? And you said yes. Am I misquoting you?
I said yes for its time. There have been advancements.
Okay, no.
Wait a minute.
It's not yes for its time. It's yes or no. Brother,
no one is filibustering, by the way. I answered your question.
But wait. What I'm trying to do is create a scenario.
Wait a minute. I answered your question very directly.
Yes,
okay.
There have been
let's move on from that.
Brother, wait a minute. Calm down. I am not saying that every idea that Darwin put forward has been backed entirely by science, but in large part, the theories that he's put forward were revolutionary in the understanding of evolution and of genetic science. He didn't have the ability to look at DNA. That's something that came much later. He was looking strictly at fossils and came up with some really, really important ideas. And I often have my students in my class come in and say that he was racist, and that's because they're familiar with social Darwinism, which he did not create at all. His ideas were simply that
brother, you're long-winded and it's out of place here. Listen, we're going to stick to the science, sir. We're going to stick to the science. You're long-winded and it's out of place here. So you said the theory of Charles Darwin is correct. So now Charles Darwin's theory is pangenesis. Are you familiar with pangenesis?
Are you talking about Charles Darwin's theory of evolution? No.
I'm asking you a question. Are you familiar with pangenesis? Yes or no, brother? Stop dancing.
Listen. First of all, there's no need to do all the razzle dazzle.
Come on, Inky, be a scholar, brother. Come on, man. Come on.
Do that. There's no dancing.
Scholar, brother.
All I'm saying is that when we look at his concepts of evolution, they were this is in the late 19th century. This is something there certainly have been some things that I think scholars would look at a little bit differently. His work is very early. He did not have the ability to look at DNA. And I think that what you have to do is look at his book. You brought up his book and you just looked at the title. Show me where, wait a minute.
Jabari, you're not going to redirect people's attention
Hold
away
on,
from
hold on. Time out, both of y'all. Dr. Enqi, this is good for you. You got to be a professional now. This is good for you.
Right, but you have to let me do what I'm doing. You cannot let Jabari. No, Sa, listen. You cannot let Jabari come up here and try to redirect the attention of the show. And
he's not.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. We're not going to do what Jabari's directing. What we're going to do is do what I'm directing, because he's coming up on Dr. Enqi's live stream. So what he has to talk about now is Pangenesis. Right now, I want you to understand that people in the chat right now are Googling Pangenesis. And people are saying, wait a minute, Jabari might be in trouble. So yes, let's redirect the attention of the people to talk about, whether Charles Darwin was talking about free the black people or the Africans. No, let's talk about science. Let's talk about where Ankh left off with modern biology. And let's talk about Charles Darwin's theory of science. Let's talk about what was the actual mechanisms that he proposed in regards to evolution, and how those things either translated to modern biology or how they got debunked and destroyed, and how they should have been left where they were 200 years ago, if not for people that are not fluent in the space, not understanding. So what you need to do now, Jabari, after you answered me directly that the science is correct, you need to stand on Pangenesis and demonstrate to us the science of Pangenesis, and not take us to page 15 or any other place. We need to talk about Pangenesis, sir.
Okay, now let me say this to you.
Be professional, Inky. Come on.
Everyone that is watching can see that you are the person that just did the Harlem 125th Street 3-card Monty. You're the one that brought up Charles Darwin. You're the one that looked at his book and only looked at the title of the book. Shame on you. And then you're the one that's saying, I have to talk about Pangenesis, when I simply came on here responding to what you had already said. And I said to you that if you're saying that his work, the work that you introduced, brother, is incorrect, show us in the book which is incorrect. And I said, I am prepared to show you what he means by the word race. You imputed that when he talked about the preservation of race, he was talking about race in terms of human race.
I didn't say that. Whoa. I didn't say that. Because, hold on. No. You assume that. Wait a minute. Stop.
Hey, he didn't cut you off. Let him finish, brother.
You very clearly did. And I simply said, I wasn't coming in here to argue. I was simply coming in here to correct, as someone who has read the work.
Okay, so if you did that, then you can.
And I want you to say, as you were going through your piece on race based on a title, I said, well, brother, what you have to do is look at what he means by race. So I said to you, maybe it would be helpful for you to look at page 15, because as you know, in this environment, we show sources. Okay. And so I am suggesting, you made some comments about what he was saying
is the source.
What you are saying
no, Jabari, Ankh is the source.
Wait, what you are saying in terms of race is incorrect. And so I'm telling you to look at it. Now,
what you're saying is incorrect, because Ankh, first of all, Ankh relates us back to monkeys. Ankh relates us back to monkeys. So if you don't understand the full context of the conversation, Jabari, you probably shouldn't jump in where you don't understand. Because the first thing that you said was that Charles Darwin's talking about plants and animals. So is Ankh. So am I.
You got to be professional, bro. You are a doctor, Inky.
It's too much talking to Jabari. That's a long time.
It's all right.
The same thing already 10 times. How many times you got to say that?
Sa.neter, can you put this on the screen, please?
All right.
Please put this on the screen.
Come on, you got to be professional, Inky, man.
I don't have a lot of time. Let's dead this now, because this is ridiculous.
Sa, what are we doing?
This community deserves better.
All right.
This is page 15, under domestication, right? Of the work that he just wanted to read the title of. The title. This is what he says. He says, I may add that when under nature, under nature, the conditions of life do change. Variations and reversions of character probably do occur, but natural selection, as will hereafter be explained, will determine how far the new characters thus arriving shall be preserved. That's really an interesting way to describe evolution. That's what he's doing. Look at the next paragraph. It says, when we look to the hereditary varieties or races of our domestic animals and plants and compare them with the species closely allied together, we generally perceive in each domestic race, as already remarked, less uniformity of character than in true species. Very clearly, I want you to recognize that when he uses the term race, you were attempting to make it sound like he was saying something that was white supremacist. His use of the term race is what we would maybe call genus and species, the differentiation amongst living things. And here you see him use the term race for domestic animals and plants. What you are suggesting is not correct. And so that's really what I'm here to say. And I really think that for you to debunk Charles Darwin, as you have introduced his book, let's see you debunk him using his own words. I'm the one that's showing you what he actually wrote. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh,
and I'm going to let you cook.
Wait. That's all you're going to say, and then you out of here, huh? You're not going to address pangenesis.
Well,
you're not going to address any of the actual science in the book. You're going to divert everybody's attention to something else, and you don't even know what you're talking about, number one. Because first of all, Ankh specifically has been making these monkey claims, and me and his contention started about the monkey claims. It went from the monkey claims to great ape to great relative to we're not
monkey claim that Ankh came out with. What's the monkey claim?
Hold on. Ankh originally said that we come from monkeys.
Ankh never said that, brother.
Stop. Because I have old videos in my hard drives. Hold on, stop. You gotta listen. Listen, you gotta listen.
Yeah.
He then changed his argument over time after I beat him up in consecutive situations. After I beat him up multiple times, he changed it to say we have a primary relative, or we have a co-ancestor with the great apes, etc., etc. So what I'm saying is Jabari's entire commentary is out of place. And if Jabari is going to sit up here, see, this is the thing that I don't like.
You funny.
Hit and run. No. Listen, don't hit and run. Don't come up here and try to make a side quest into the main mission. If you up here and you're defending Charles Darwin's theory, you have to explain to us pangenesis now. Now make it make sense. Jabari, the scholar, explain to us
about pangenesis, Inky. Tell us about it first. Go ahead. Drop it, and then let's see if Jabari can debunk it. Talk to us about it.
No, let Jabari explain it. Now that you done put it on the screen.
Let me first say, I'm only responding to what you said. What
I said was no, Jabari. No, sir. Listen, we are not going
to stop me after I say two words.
I spoke for about 90 seconds. I'm not getting ready to sit back and listen to another 15-minute diatribe of Jabari.
Let Inky finish, and then you could go. Go ahead, Inky.
Wait. sa.neter, wait. I want to be clear about something.
Oh my God!
I'm not here to respond to all of his presentation. I have not seen it.
Look at this crazy.
What I am saying is what he did in the beginning was academic malpractice.
Jabari, please dismiss yourself.
That is what I'm saying.
Jabari, please dismiss yourself.
Inky, you showing the world that you scared of a real scholar, brother.
No, what do you mean? I'm inviting Jabari to actually stay for the whole entire video and actually explain Charles Darwin's theory, since he said he read the whole book, he opened up the book, he teaches it to his students. That means Jabari. So wait. That means Jabari is actually taking our future generations and teaching Charles Darwin to them. So Jabari should know this back and forward. Jabari read the whole book as per what he just said on video, and he teaches this at his day job. As a part of his curriculum, he teaches Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. So he should easily be able to explain to us pangenesis.
First of all, it seems to me like Inky would now like me to respond to something that he has not yet said. I don't even understand what he's asking me to do. It is really, really ridiculous.
Okay, I'm asking you to explain pangenesis. I'm asking you to explain pangenesis.
Did you have too much coffee today? Stop. I'm responding to what I heard you say earlier. And brother, we're live. We can replay what you said while you looked at the title of the book and said that it was white supremacist because it used the word race. That's what you did. I'm responding to that.
Okay.
And then when sa.neter said, well, what's wrong with the book? You said, I showed you the title. You told me there's something wrong. Like the title.
Okay, so hold on. So here's what I'm saying, Sa. Look, hold on.
I'm not ready to hold yet, brother.
Yo, Enqi, you gotta let him finish first, brother.
Why do I gotta let him finish on my video?
Now listen. If you would like to continue your presentation, I'm gonna leave and let you do that.
Yeah, we see you scared, Enqi. You can't mess with that.
What I'm trying to say is, I am hoping as a watcher, as someone who's been looking at
what we're witnessing is Jabari half-stepping.
Hold on. You could say this after I finish my sentence. Hold on. What you could do is look at the whole thing and then make your what I will do is look at the whole thing and make my comment. But I hope that what you're going to do is you're actually going to go from Charles Darwin's words. Because I'm very
hold on. Let me expose you real quick before you go.
Brother, hold on a second. What are you doing?
You're ready to run off after you finish talking. So I want to make sure. Are you going to leave? I'm talking. What do you mean? I'm stopping you. I'm stopping you, and then I'm talking. That's what I'm doing. What do you mean? What am I doing?
Enqi, you're a doctor. Very unprofessional, brother.
Stop.
Very unprofessional, brother.
Stop. Hold on.
I have no problem responding.
Let me expose Jabari real quick.
No, hold on, Enqi. Enqi, hold on. See, you keep saying, I'm not on nobody's side. I'm just being fair. You keep saying, let me expose.
If you being fair, you got to stop Jabari from talking so much.
Come on, brother. You keep saying, let me expose Jabari. But when it's time for Jabari to speak, you cut him off.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, you stop him. So if you're going to expose Jabari, expose him with the information, but don't cut him off when he come back at you, brother. That's all I'm saying.
He's not coming back because he's not responding to me.
Can I tell you something else?
Let me show you something right here, Sal. Look.
I'm going to say this and I'm going to let you go. You know what's really funny?
This is crazy.
And I'm going to explode this and I'm going to leave. Pangenesis is not even in the book that he just showed you. He didn't read the book.
God damn.
Pangenesis is not in on the origin of species. Look at his face. It's not even in the book that he just told you.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Shut the fuck. Shut. Did I say no? Oh shit. Say it again. Say something else. Oh. Say something else. Say something else, nigga.
So what I want, what I'm hoping.
This is crazy work, and you still talking again. This is crazy.
What I'm hoping
this is crazy, and he's still talking again.
What I'm hoping he's gonna do.
What I'm hoping you're gonna do is stop talking.
I'm literally gonna leave after I say this.
I know that's what you was gonna do from the jump.
So what I'm hoping he's gonna do, and what this audience deserves is for them to actually see him debunk something based on sources. And if he's debunking Charles Darwin, let's see where what he's debunking comes from Charles Darwin's work. Because when he was setting this up,
okay, all right, Jabari,
read the book, and he wants us to actually emotionally respond.
What are you doing, Sal?
He's getting ready to close out his statement, Enqi.
Bro, he just keeps saying the same thing over and over.
To the title of the book. And that is the part that is
you said that already 50 times.
Reprehensible.
Okay.
So with that,
all right.
Have a great presentation. Just be careful because we will be watching.
All right.
All right. Peace.
Get your butt on out of here.
All right.
Yep.
Yo, Enqi, man, that's very not good, Enqi. Hold on. Let me hold on, Enqi. Hold on. Brother, you got somebody in here who is a scholar, who is a professional, Dr. Enqi, and you running scared now. He wasn't coming in to beat you up. He was coming in to probably have a nice build with you. And you showed the whole world, bro, that you don't know what you're talking about. I told you stepping in the wrong lane. I told you. Stop. You got to let them come into your lane.
Enqi, you're confused. Are you going to stop or not? Hold on. Are you going to stop or not?
Yes. After I say
you're caping too hard. You know what the young boys would say right now, Sal? You're glazing. You're glazing way too. This is too much glaze, brother.
Right, 5 seconds. Brother, you have an 18-wheeler truck behind you, and you driving outside of your lane. That's all I want to tell you. Okay, and you're going to get ran the fuck over. I'll fall back. Yeah.
All right, good. Now we can have a real conversation, because with all of those antics, the people that are smart enough, Jabari just lit himself on fire. He think he came in here and did something. But the fact that, and you know, like I know, see, here's the thing with video. There's a lot of video up. If Jabari would have actually known about Pangenesis, he would have presented that information as soon as I asked him for it, because that's what Jabari does. In fact, the reason Jabari jumped into the video in the first place is because he knew something about what I was talking about. So he jumped in to present the information. So if he would have knew anything about Pangenesis, he would have presented it. That's number one. Number two, he looked up Pangenesis as I was talking. And I don't know what sources he tried to pull up to Google and see what Pangenesis was, so he could come back and say, Pangenesis is not even in the book. You got to demonstrate that what you're saying comes from Charles Darwin. So when he does that, like I said, the people in the know are going to realize he's unfamiliar with Pangenesis, because Jabari's making the claim that Pangenesis is not a part of Charles Darwin's theory. Jabari's making the claim that Pangenesis doesn't come from Charles Darwin. Jabari's making the claim that by me debunking Pangenesis, that has nothing to do with Charles Darwin. In his closing statements, he said, and I want to see Inky present something that actually comes from Charles Darwin, because what you're doing right now, brother, is reprehensible, blah, 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 blah. No, what you're doing is demonstrating that you don't know Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, because it's based on Pangenesis. Now, if we do a very simple search, and yes, I did get triggered. Not so much triggered by Jabari, but triggered by Sa, that Sa would try to let somebody filibuster my video, and then all of a sudden, I got to take a back seat, and I got to let Jabari do all the talking and drive, and we got to look at Jabari research like this is Jabari video. Jabari name not in the title of this video. And me and Jabari don't have a friendly history or friendly rapport for you to even try to pretend like, oh, Jabari was just coming up here, Inky, to share some good information with you. No, he wasn't. You know what Jabari was coming up here to do. So let's not pretend and be fake. Now, what we need to do is everybody at home can simply do a simple search on Pangenesis. When you Google now, the first thing that pops up is the AI. So all we have to do is take a look at a simple Google search. Put that on the screen, Sa. Sa, can you read that? Can you read that?
You read it.
No. You've been doing a lot of caping, Sa. I want you to read that right there.
Read it, but you read your own stuff.
Ho. Come on, Sa. Just read that first line, sir.
You read it, brother. I can read it. You read it.
I want you to read it to the people though, so you can see what it says.
I want you to read it. I can read the shit. I want you to read it. That's your shit. You got to do it.
It says the pangenesis theory proposed by who? Again, give me that name. At least give me the name that you see right there. It says the pangenesis theory proposed by who? What does that say, Sa? Your mic, there's nothing wrong with your mic, Sa. Your mic is live. What's that name right there?
Brother, are you going to read the thing?
Oh, hold up, Sa.
When you got a real style in here, you don't want to engage with him.
What you mean? Ho, Sa.
Here, brother, come on, man.
Sa, we're not going to act like I didn't give Jabari. Hold on, Sa. You cannot do this redirecting and recreating narratives. I told Jabari very clearly, if he wanted to stay in and discuss the science, he was welcome to do that, because this is a grand opening, grand closing. There is no way around this. Jabari knows that, because Jabari
you kept cutting them off, man.
No. I kept cutting him off because he kept repeating himself. Sorry,
no, it wasn't, man, because you kept cutting him off, so he had to keep saying it over.
He absolutely kept repeating himself, saying, yo, but I want to show you that the races that Darwin was talking about was the animals and plants, not black and white people, because Charles Darwin is freeing the slaves, blah, blah. Like, how many times he need to say that over and over? That sound like he was trying to do a Hitman Holler remix. Hitman, like he was trying to we don't need the repetition.
Brother, I'm here for the information, man. That's all.
What I'm trying to tell you is, listen, hold on, stop. What I'm trying to explain to you, see, I always got to fight an uphill battle over here. Listen, what I'm trying to explain to you is he did not know the information. He didn't know anything about pangenesis. That's why when I offered him the opportunity to explain it to the people, he did not accept the opportunity. He's going to hide behind decorum. He's going to hide behind, I just wanted to jump on and just interject this one point about the racist thing because you was wrong on that point, blah, blah, blah. Charles Darwin's talking about animals. So is Ankh. This conversation is about me and Ankh. Ankh's theory is that we come from monkeys. Then we got the great ape story, and he references Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Hold on.
You keep sending misinformation. Ankh does not say, his theory is not that we come from monkeys, brother.
Hold on, because he
Ankh does not say that, man.
I just told you at least 10 times that he has rephrased it and says we have a
common ancestor. He rephrased it. What I'm trying to say, that's what he teach.
Okay, so hold on. So why are you trying to make it seem like he don't say that we have a common ancestor with the monkeys?
We have a common ancestor.
Okay, and he references Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Hold on.
Not only do we have a common ancestor with monkeys, every living organism have a common ancestor, brother.
Okay, Saad, answer these questions. See, you can't pick and choose. Answer these questions.
No,
does he back up his theory? Hold on. Yes or no? Does Ankh back up his theory with Charles Darwin's theory of evolution? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you, yes or no, know Charles Darwin's theory of evolution?
Is Ankh or Jabari?
I'm just asking you, yes or no?
I just answered it. You have a scholar here.
That he didn't want to answer. But he didn't want to answer. So now I'm asking you because you're also defending him. So I'm asking you.
He did want to answer, but every time he would talk, you would cut him off. Yes, brother, come on. I don't know as much as Ankh or Jabari.
Okay,
but
so
you have a scholar here.
Hold on. He did not. Hold on. Sa, you got to stop trying to rephrase it like he actually wanted to discuss the science. It's on video. He kept saying, no, I don't want to talk about pangenesis. I just came up here to talk to you about this racism thing. No, I don't want to talk to you about the science. I just want to talk about this, and then I'll leave. So don't make it seem like he actually wanted to engage in the conversation because I offered him that opportunity. He did not want that smoke. And so this is where the problem comes in at. This is why I didn't even want to open the can of worms until Ankh or one of Ankh's representatives stepped up. But instead, what they went and did is, you came in with Jabari. So now Jabari is asked the question. Jabari can't answer the question. He's out of here. And now I need you to be impartial and say that Jabari was incorrect, because as we're looking on the screen right now, we see that Charles Darwin, this pangenesis theory is proposed by Charles Darwin. Can you acknowledge that and acknowledge Jabari was wrong? Come on, Si, you got to be impartial now.
Show the book. Show the book.
Hold on.
Show the book. Show the book.
Si, I'm asking you a question, and you're not showing that you're impartial. Jabari just made the case that he didn't have to address pangenesis, because I'm not even talking about Charles Darwin's actual theory. Now we look up the pangenesis theory, and it says the pangenesis theory proposed by Charles Darwin in 1868. That is in plain view of everybody watching. So now, can you acknowledge that Jabari was incorrect and did not know what he was talking about? Come on, Si. Be impartial.
What I would like for you to do is
yo, Si.
show me the book.
Hold up, Si.
If anybody could type something and put that up in there, show me the book.
Anybody could type something and put that up in there?
Show me the book with this, and then I say, okay, yeah, you're right.
Sorry, let me just finish reading this here, because the people is watching, they see you biased. Look,
no, I'm not biased, brother.
No, it's clear bias. Side, the people watching gonna see. It says the pangenesis theory proposed by Charles Darwin in 1868 posited that all cells in an organism shed microscopic particles called gemmules, which then gather in the reproductive organs to be transmitted to the next generation. This theory aimed to provide a biological mechanism for heredity and variation, suggesting that gemmules carry heredity, information from all parts of the body of the all parts of the body to the offspring, and that environmental modifications to cells could be passed on. So I'm showing you very clearly, not in no book that might be Harvard. This is a very simple and easy search. This is easy work. Did you see what Mook did to Hitman Holla? This is easy work. Hold on, Sal. This is easy work right here. So now when we look at this, right, we have to accept this as fact. Now the people watching, I'm always the underdog here. Ankh got the people that like him. Jabari has the majority of the people that like Jabari. So I'm always the underdog fighting the uphill battle. But there's nothing, listen to what I'm telling you, Sai. There's nothing they can do about this, because this is very easy. Everybody at home is going to do the verification homework. Like I said, they've already Googled this and looked this up. They already see that Jabari was out of his lane. The 18-wheeler Mack truck. What you said, Sa?
Why don't you let him come in and explain it? Why you running from him, man?
Sa, oh my God, Sa, you gotta stop this because you on video, brother. Listen, he was already in here. He already had the opportunity to explain this. Now, do you want to go a step further and see what happened to this theory? You want to see what happened to this theory, Tom? Do you want to go a step further and see what happened to this theory? Let's see what happened to this theory. Are you familiar with a man named Francis Galton? Do you know who's Francis Galton? Jabari does. Jabari does.
Jabari does what, brother?
He knows who's Francis Galton.
Why don't you let him come on and y'all two can have a nice dialogue? This will be good for you, brother.
Jabari was already on. First of all, listen, Jabari was already on,
and you was not being professional when he came.
No. Oh, because I'm the A side. He's the B side. So when Jabari comes on, we're not getting ready to let Jabari have 20-minute long diatribe saying nothing. Not on my video. He gonna make his point and then going back to, whoop, the main speaker is going to finish speaking. When you have a speaking session, there's a main speaker and then there's other people. This video is titled Dr. Enqi Destroys Ankh. So Jabari is not even the side speaker. Jabari is a complimentary person from the audience. When a complimentary person from the audience comes up, they ask a question, make a comment, and they on a timer. A minute, 2 minutes tops, boom, you're back to the side. Main speaker has the microphone again. He's not getting ready to dominate no conversation and redirect people's attention on my stage. So you got to remember, Sal, you're not dealing with one of these new guys that just got on YouTube. I'm a seasoned vet. So he's not. I'm not going to allow. I don't mind people seeing my passion. They're like, oh, Inky got triggered. Of course, I'm always triggered about this. This is my passion. I don't do this as a pastime or a hobby. I do this because it's my calling. So
now I'm gonna tell you something, Inky. You asking for Ankh. Ankh is just as good as Jabari on this topic, brother.
Hold on.
As Jabari is.
Oh my God.
So if you don't want to deal with Jabari, you damn sure don't want to deal with Ankh either.
Why? So Sa, you just gonna keep ignoring what I'm saying and creating your own narrative. Why are you saying I didn't want to deal with Jabari? What you should be saying is Jabari didn't want to deal with me. I asked him multiple times, invited him to deal with pangenesis. Period. That's what I want to talk about. Pangenesis. I want to talk about Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. I don't want to dance around and have all these side quests. Ankh has been up here for 10 years on side quests to the point where you don't even know what the name of his books are. And you saying he always sources up. Jabari came on here and I asked him over and over about pangenesis. What did Jabari do? He laughed and said, Inky, I don't even know what you want me to do. I interrupted him again and said, explain to the people what's pangenesis. He said, ha, ha, ha. So what I was really trying to say, Inky, is I don't want to discuss that. What I really want to say is I was saying you was wrong about the racism thing and boo, boo, boo. He had plenty of opportunities to address
You know what you're showing the people, Inky?
Oh,
I told you this is the toughest environment to be in.
It's a tough environment. Listen, and when I show up, what happens is it becomes a tough environment. No. When I show up, it becomes a tough environment for you and your regulars to be in because people start getting exposed and you start to make a challenge and you get in the ring and then somebody jumps off the top rope and hits you in the back of the head with a chair. I'm supposed to be in the ring with Ankh. I'm supposed to be in the ring with Ankh, and all of a sudden, Jabari runs down. I said, Ankh or one of Ankh's students. You come down. You don't even want to say Jabari's name. Oh, I got somebody. Boom, Jabari's on the screen. And then Jabari don't want to even address the science. What is he doing up here if he don't want to address the science? You tell me that, Sal. Why would he come on here and not want to address the science, brother?
He will come and address the science, but you wouldn't give him the opportunity.
I gave him the opportunity.
No, you kept cutting him off, man.
No. Stop.
Cutting him off, brother.
Stop that. Stop trying to cover
up. Unprofessional, brother.
Stop covering up for him. We're going to continue with the information. Listen,
yeah, let's go.
Who is Francis Galton? Francis Galton is Darwin's cousin. Francis Galton is very important to this conversation because Francis Galton did what Jabari just did. When Charles Darwin rolled his theory out, Francis Galton jumped off the top rope to try to prove that his cousin theory was correct. Because Charles Darwin did not do any actual research. Did you hear what I just said, Sal?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
What did Jabari say? No, because we got to deal with what Jabari said. Jabari said that Charles Darwin examined bones, right? Yes or no? Right or wrong, Sal?
Brother, just go ahead.
No. Stop, Sal. You gotta be impartial, Sal. I gotta hold you to your own standard.
I am. Go ahead.
So did Jabari say that Charles Darwin used bones to substantiate his theory?
I can't speak on that because you kept cutting him off. You wouldn't allow him to finish his thought. You wouldn't allow him to finish his thought, brother.
Okay.
So you got to allow him to finish his thought. Then I can say, well, Jabari dropped this. But when you keep cutting him off, I can't explain Jabari's theory when you cutting him off.
So listen, I understand how this works. You got to remember, I've been here from the inception, brother. I understand. I know when it's time to run for shelter. Listen, hold on, stop.
When you had a scholar here where you could have been questioning the scholar. Come on, man.
Look what's happening. Now go back to the last comment. See, you hand selecting what you want to post on the screen from the chat. So I know what you listen. Pangenesis.
All right, I bring in one of Jabari's students. Is that cool?
Hold on. No,
is that cool if I could bring in one of Jabari's students?
Stop. I had Jabari ran. We
one
had
of his students,
ran.
One of his students, Inky.
Stop with the jumping off the top rope.
Look, Inky, someone who knows the topic, brother. Can I bring in someone who knows
Stop. Hit the share screen and stop trying to create a narrative. Hit the share screen.
You're afraid, man. This is content, bro.
Look. It is. And the people going to see.
All right, I'm going to bring in the brother. I'm going to bring him in.
I didn't tell you to bring in no brother. What are you doing, son? The people going to see what you're doing.
Yo, Inky, you got to stop this, man. This is the toughest environment, bro.
Sal, you got to stop this. What you doing, bro?
What did I say earlier when I opened up? I said, nobody believe you unless you bringing in sources, unless you getting your information checked. Didn't I say that? I said that. I said, you got to get your information checked, brother. That's how we do it over here, Inky.
There is no checking this. Listen, let me show you this here. What Francis Galton did is the same thing Jabari did. Jabari jumped out there and tried to make a point. He tried to protect the crown. He tried to protect the home stadium. He may not get along with Ankh, but he know Ankh is the home team. And that's the same thing Francis Galton did. Francis Galton, Charles Darwin's cousin, set up a series of experiments to prove that Charles Darwin's theory was correct. And it says right here, when you type it in, it says, Francis Galton did not prove the theory of pangenesis. In fact, his experiments with blood transfusions in rabbits helped to disprove a key aspect of it. Pangenesis was a provisional theory of heredity proposed by his cousin, Charles Darwin.
Detroit made you soft, Enqi. You used to be strong, man.
Hold on.
You used to go at people, man.
Sorry, you're bugging right now.
Man.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Are you not seeing what I'm showing you and your audience on the screen?
Yeah, AI.
Hold on. I just showed you.
AI.
Hold on. AI, whatever. It don't matter if I wrote it on a piece of toilet tissue. Facts. So I just showed you that Charles Darwin's theory, right? Because Ankh presents his monkey theories and his ape theories, right? And what he uses to substantiate those theories is Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin's theory is pangenesis. I just showed you that pangenesis was debunked 200 years ago, not by ops, not by haters, but by his cousin, who invested time and money to prove that Charles Darwin's theory was correct. I just showed you that in black and white, smooth, easy, like no problem, like none of that. Yo, I ain't talking to Inky. I got to go to work. Boop. None of that. Yo, I just was here to talk about races and monkeys, and I got to get off real quick. None of that. None of that saying something and then running, right? None of that saying something and then running. Actually making a statement and then substantiating my claim and allowing everybody at home in the audience to do more research.
All right.
Oh, sorry. Here you go cutting me off. This is insane, brother. This is crazy.
I would like to open up for question and answers, brother.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. We got Rob Noxus first. No, Rob Noxus, what up, man?
Hey, what's going on? What up? Long time no talk, man. I've been trying to get on for a while. Thanks for letting me on. Yeah, this guy, he's totally misrepresenting everything he's saying. You can a simple AI search. He likes to use AI, so let's use AI. A simple AI search. Go ask AI. Is Genesis the same thing as Darwinism? They're not the same thing. It was a separate hypothesis that was been later disproven and not functional. So they're not even using it no more. It doesn't have anything to do with Darwinism. That's what Jabari was saying. It's not Darwinism. It was a separate thing.
Can I respond to you?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Well, I don't want you to say, Inky, you're not real. So, first of all, what the brother just said was incorrect. Jabari said nothing about pangenesis being a separate theory at all. What Jabari said, and we can rewind the tape, is that social Darwinism is not from Charles Darwin's original work. That's what Jabari said. Jabari did not address pangenesis.
No, he specifically said it's not even Darwinism. He goes, it's not even in the book he wrote. It's not. It's a separate hypothesis. You're trying to blend these two together. And they were searching for two different things. One was for the origin of species. The other one was for what you're saying, passing down traits. And it's been disproven because they tried it with the mice or whatever, and it didn't pass down. So you're just playing a game where you know the topics, but you don't really know the depth of it. So you get lost in the depth.
Okay, all right. So hold on, because you cut me off after I didn't cut you off. I let you speak and then asked if it was my turn to respond, specifically so that when you start cutting me off, we can see where the cutting off is coming from. So,
whatever, man. We're still waiting for you to say anything about Darwinism. We've been here for an hour and a half. You haven't even told us anything.
Rob Noxus, hold on. Let Dr. Enqi finish, brother.
So in the midst of all of your convo, right? I just want to be clear with one of the things that you're saying. So you are saying that Charles Darwin's theory of pangenesis was disproved and discarded as not real science, correct?
Unmute yourself, Rob. Unmute yourself.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't work. It doesn't function under the mechanical mechanism that they use it under. So yeah, it's not a thing. And Jabari was saying Darwinism and that are separate. There was a separate hypothesis that he did.
Hold on. That's not what Jabari said. Jabari said
he didn't have to say it.
Oh, he didn't have to say it. Oh, I got you.
That's what you cut him off when he said, "Oh, that's not Darwinism." You went out.
No. What he was saying was the racism was not a part of Darwin's original theory. That was social Darwinism, which was not connected to Darwinism. That's what Jabari was saying. Now, again, for the record, on this actual subject of what we're talking about, Rob, you did say, just for clarity, that the pangenesis theory was debunked as fake. It does not work. It has nothing to do with actual science. Yes or no?
Unmute yourself, Rob.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know about not having nothing to do with science. I mean, it took science to perform it and disprove it. I'm saying that you're linking it to Darwin. Hold on. I'm almost done. You linking it to Darwinism is disingenuous.
All right. With that, hold on, Inky. With that, I want to move on because we don't want to stay with one person at the same time. Let me go on over right quick to Napah Shada. Nepal's in the building. What's up, Napah?
Yes, thank you, sa.neter. Peace to everybody in the chat. Peace to Dr. Inky. I did want to talk to you about some of this. I don't know if you saw the message, but anyway, I heard you. I want to talk to you about the common ancestor. I want to find out how you get around endogenous retroviruses that show hard evidence of us having a common ancestor with other apes like bonobos and chimps. Are you there?
We can have a separate convo on that. Sure.
Well, no, you were just, we can.
No.
We were just talking about.
No, but that's not a part of Unkh's conversation. That's not a part of
brother. The people are asking you questions, doctor.
Hello, Sa, and I'm answering them how I want to answer them. See, I'm doing something very specific, and you trying to see.
But I'm saying they're not asking you in Unkh's position. They asking you what they hear you speaking on. That's what they're asking you, brother.
What I'm speaking on is Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Charles Darwin's work.
Then why are you bringing up his cousin?
Hold on, because his cousin is the one who did the experiments that disproved Charles Darwin's work. So his cousin is very relative to the conversation. This is why I'm talking about. If you're not familiar with the science part of it, you probably out of place. So even if we're talking about,
actually, you're wrong. If I remember correctly, his cousin was the racist.
Hold on.
It's not your turn yet. Let's go back to Nepal.
Wait. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying, Sam. Even the conversation of retroviruses, right? Retroviruses has to do with DNA. Retroviruses has to do with DNA, RNA. That is a conversation about DNA and RNA. DNA and RNA was discovered 100 years after Charles Darwin's books came out. So having a conversation about retroviruses has nothing to do with Charles Darwin's theory. This is why I'm saying we can have that conversation in a separate time and place, because it has nothing to do with the subject at hand. Charles Darwin's book came out 10 years before they even discovered nucleic acids.
Okay.
Listen to what I'm saying, because you got to understand this. Nucleic acid is the basis or the basic unit for forming actual full strands of RNA and DNA. They didn't understand full strands of RNA till Watson Crick 100 years later almost. So that has nothing to do with Charles Darwin's theory of evolution.
Okay. Inky, you brought up, first off, common ancestors with apes does have to do with evolution. And I respect. No, but I'm just saying.
Inky, brother.
Inky, we can also, I was trying to get in touch with you to bring you on the Coliseum so I could do like an interview with you, just, a more in-depth interview. But right now, I did hear you say, I'm with you on the whole thing. I do know about gemmules, and I'm not an expert on Darwin. I'm not an expert on Darwin, I repeat. But I remembered when I was doing the research for my debate, I came across some of these pseudo information that he has. So I agree with you on that part with pangenesis. And I think you brought up pangenesis before, but I digress. You did mention something about Ankh. You said Ankh thinks we came from monkeys. And so this is a relevant question.
No, I got you, but listen to what I'm saying.
Let her finish. Just let her finish.
Can you let us talk, bro?
No, because it's going to take long when you do that, Enqi.
She's fine with me responding to her
I'm okay.
It's going to take long. Let her finish, and then that way you can respond, and then we can move on.
But I'm okay if he wants to jump in real quick.
Because I want to move on.
Thank you, sa.neter. I know. Okay.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying.
No, hold up. She didn't even ask the question yet, brother.
Yes, she did.
Okay, just to reiterate it real quick, Inky, for sa.neter to I understand what he's doing. He wants to keep order. Okay, so the question is relevant because this is a conversation about evolution, and you talked about you challenged something that you said. He said we are apes, or we came from monkeys, or something like that. So this is relevant because we do share a common ancestor, and we are a part. We are apes. So I'm just asking you. We can do this at another time, but endogenous retroviruses, that's the hardcore proof that we cannot get around the fact that we are essentially apes. We are essentially a part of the same, we have the same common ancestor. What do you say to that? Just your take on it.
Okay. Can I, let me hit the share screen.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Now you can go in, Enqi, and then we move on to Asuar and then Jabari.
Okay, let's hit the share screen real quick.
You sharing?
Okay.
I want to remind you, this is the toughest environment. Enqi.
Oh my God, Sa, will you stop that? When did endogenous retrovirus get discovered? Okay, this is what I'm saying. And so maybe when I'm saying it, people can't understand what I'm saying. This is 100 years after Charles Darwin was gone. So the endogenous retrovirus conversation has nothing to do with Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. This is why I do understand what Napah is saying. Her question is relevant to the topic overall, but not to the specific discourse, because when I said, Ankh says, we came from monkeys, then he changed it to the common ancestor, and he backs it up with Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. My problem is squarely with Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. So I want to stay on the topic of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. I have no problem with discussing the retroviruses, but Charles Darwin didn't know what a retrovirus was.
Got it. Understood. So just let me, I'm going to pass the mic on. I hear you. Let's please have this conversation some other time. I'll get in touch with sa.neter to get in touch with you. But one question. For the record, do you say that we do not have a common ancestor with other apes?
We could have that conversation whenever.
I mean, I just want to get you on record.
I know, I know you do. I'm not going on record right now. I'm just beating the brakes off of Ankh and all his constituents.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, wait. Because you said you did the work on gemules or gemules. When you did the research on gemules, for the people that don't know, gemules is the biological molecule that Charles Darwin proposed was how heredity was passed down, a part of the Pangenesis whole program. So when you did the research on that, was that debunked or is that modern science?
Obviously, no, it is not at all. But I didn't do a lot of I saw it in the research I was doing.
And was it debunked or right? But was that?
Yeah. Long ago it was. I want to say it reminds me of the science on the when they said women's uterus travels around and got in their brain like hysterical. It kind of that whole. I think what I recall about gemules is it was like these particles that congregate in the uterus and in the reproductive organs or something, but we now know that that's not true. It's DNA. We have DNA and genetic research and everything like that. I'm not an expert on that though, but I did know that part. Right? That is what it is, correct?
That's absolutely what it is.
Okay. I want to have that conversation with you. Thank you, sa.neter. Thank you to everybody. Please, sa.neter, let me get in touch with Inky so we can bring him on the Coliseum. Peace.
All right, we're going to move on now to
this is the toughest environment to be in, and we're busting pinatas.
All right, let's go on over to my man Asuar. 7. What's up, brother?
Peace. What's going on?
Good, brother.
Brother sa.neter. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
All right. I want to say peace to Dr. Inky.
Peace, brother.
Peace to peace to Queen Napah, and peace to my brother, Professor Jabari Osaze, and everybody in the chat. I just want to say that, you know, as somebody who's an audience member, and, you know, I do come on here and speak sometimes, but just, you know, I've come to watch this channel in sa.neter because it's a place where you can see information given, and it be in a tough environment to where that information can be vetted and challenged. And I was very excited when I saw this presentation from you, Dr. Enqi. I think you're a very eloquent speaker, but what dismayed me was your behavior when challenged in this environment. This is the toughest environment. And what makes me not be able to take on your information or retain it is the way that you act when your information is challenged, right? You use tactics like cut people off, don't answer questions, and you project on narrative given by others, but you are a narrative director that I've seen. You like to direct narratives instead of dealing with the information when it's being challenged. I could take your information, go research it, and actually accept what you had to say if you were more comfortable with it being challenged. But from what I've seen today with your exchange with Jabari, it was unprofessional, and it didn't come off as real. It came off as a quote, I would say, from Jay-Z. We don't believe you. You need more people, right? Because it seems like you want to make a claim, but you don't want it to be challenged, because when the holes are being poked in that claim, you don't want to look like you were wrong. And that's essentially all I want to say. I don't want to challenge you on any of what you're saying, because we have a scholar here who could do a much better job than me. So I'll just yield the rest of my time, and that's all I have to say.
This is the toughest environment to be in, and we're busting piñatas.
All right, Brother Jabari Osaze, it's on you, brother.
Yeah, thanks, sa.neter. I actually thought I would be gone already, but the presentation was shorter than I thought it was going to be. Let me first start by saying that the entire presentation was based on the title of a book that does not include Pangenesis and 2 AI overviews. This is not the way that you actually give information to our community that they can use. And so I'm really, really frustrated by what I just saw. First of all, I want you to know Pangenesis is not Darwin's theory of evolution. He's conflating the two. Darwin's theory of evolution, which is really described very well in chapter 4 of The Origin of Species, really describes how organisms change through sexual selection and through environmental adaptation. That is what Darwin's theory is. And he was only able really to look at fossils because some of the mechanisms that we're able to look at right now, nuclear microscopes and all those sorts of things that folks have today, he didn't have, right? There was no concept of genes yet. His concept of germules in some ways is a predecessor of the idea of genes. And I think most scholars won't say that germules have been debunked. They would say that it's a dated theory, and the concept of genes, which we can now actually evaluate directly, has replaced it because we have better mechanisms and tools to be able to evaluate it. So to make it sound like, I want to be clear. The theory of pangenesis was how Darwin was trying to explain that evolution actually occurs. It wasn't his theory of evolution. He was saying, well, how does this happen? It happens through this idea. That's what he was doing. And I think that most scholars today, I could show you some scholarly articles because you know I can, actually would say that that idea is dated, and that we now have a whole gene idea. We can actually look at organisms and their genes now. He wasn't able to do that in the last 3 decades of the 19th century. That wasn't able to happen. I want to be clear that our understanding of how genetics works supports Darwin's theory of evolution.
Right, Jabari, let's hear from him, because Enqi is his attention span is very short, man.
Let me just say one more thing, and then I'm going
to
one more thing. I want to be clear that I was hoping that Enqi was going to show us where Darwin's theories came from his actual writing, but all we saw is AI overviews, and all that AI overviews do is cull the internet for information and then present it to you. They don't actually, and that can be helpful, but that shouldn't be the product of your study, of your evaluation, of your research. It should be assist you in then doing the research. And so that's why this presentation ends up being so problematic.
All right, Dr. Enqi, you can go ahead.
Okay, so if we notice, let's pay close attention to what just happened. Jabari came on and he said repetitively that the pangenesis theory is not Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. And then he segued right on into, well, the pangenesis theory is just the mechanism of how Charles Darwin tried to explain heredity. Like, I just want to make sure that I'm not in a Twilight Zone or some Black Mirror kind of universe where we're not all hearing the same thing. Pangenesis theory is Charles Darwin's theory, right? I'm not saying it's Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. I want to make sure that what I'm saying is clear. I'm saying that the pangenesis theory belongs to Charles Darwin. It is his theory. Charles Darwin created that theory as a part of his overall theory of evolution. It is the most important part of his theory of evolution, which is the reason why when Francis Galton went out to prove his cousin's theory of evolution, he tested those specific theories. There's no such thing as gemmules ever located. The whole science was totally debunked in the 1800s, and it should not be promoted or even confused with modern biology, as Ankh did when he called in for a hot 30 seconds. He said, yeah, Inky must be trying to debunk modern biology. And what I'm saying is Charles Darwin's theory is not modern biology. Gemmules or gemmules is not modern biology. In fact, gemmules and gemmules are just as real as the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus. I'm saying that in almost 200 years ago, this was debunked. And if you notice, the people tapping in, nobody is saying that what I'm saying is incorrect. We had Rob call in, and Rob said, yeah, Inky, and I ain't like how you did this and how you said that. And we all know Charles Darwin's theory, you know, the part where the pangenesis was debunked and woo, 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 woo. And yeah, I had to slow him down. Like, wait a minute. I heard all of what you said, but you did say that it was debunked in the 1800s, right? Yeah, well, it was debunked and it's no longer used. But what I'm saying is, Inky, I totally disagree with you. Okay, cool. Even Napah came in with a whole different universe of question regarding retroviruses and DNA and RNA. But retroviruses, DNA and RNA were not discovered for another 100 years. So it has nothing to do with Charles Darwin's theory, because nowhere in the list of Charles Darwin's theory was DNA or RNA or genes. He had no knowledge of that. No knowledge of that. Even Jabari had to come up with his long, eloquent speech there he just gave us. And he had to say, oh, well, yeah, well, it was debunked and it was replaced. Well, if it was replaced, then it was incorrect. So that means when I'm saying Charles Darwin's theory of evolution was incorrect, it is incorrect. And it's unanimous. Even the people that oppose me don't oppose what I'm saying. Asuar had to put it, well, Enqi, you know, I like what you're saying, but, you know, I just don't like the way you're delivering it. Well, guess what? Sometimes the truth hurts. Sometimes it's difficult for us to accept truths that we may have invested years in. We may have invested time into listening to Ankh. We may have invested, you know, hours into listening to the rhetoric associated with that. Ankh has left one organization and built another organization around these concepts, around information that was debunked in the 1800s, which is the reason why when we look at all of the health statistics in America, guess who's at the bottom rung? Black folks. You know what's the most damaging thing to Black folks? Misinformation. We're still trying to prop up information that's been debunked over 200 years ago. Darwin put his book out at a time when, guess what? They didn't even know what blood types was yet. They didn't even find out what blood types was until Carl Landsteiner, 1908, 1910. That's 30 years, 40 years away removed from Darwin's information. So they don't know what blood types are. They don't know what DNA is. They don't know what genes are. They don't know what a ACTG. They don't know none of these concepts, and none of those concepts came from Charles Darwin's work. None of them, not one. So people can come up and talk about how they don't like my delivery. They can say they don't like my gold teeth. They can say they don't like my cologne or my outfit. The one thing that they cannot do is say that Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, which the mechanism of it was pangenesis theory, Charles Darwin's pangenesis theory was correct. Nobody that you can find can present that to you. Everybody will come up here and they'll say it's either wrong, they'll say it's debunked, or like Jabari, they'll try to pull it eloquently and say, oh, well, it was the predecessor to the modern thought that led us to some of these discoveries, and it was eventually replaced as we got more technology and more scientific advances, which allowed us to learn more about the cell, blah, 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 blah. All of that is fine. I don't disagree with any of that. All of that is factual. But what is also factual is that Francis Galton was the primary person that experimented to prove Charles Darwin's theories were correct, and they were debunked.
sa.neter.
You can respond, Jabari.
If I could say something very quickly.
Yes, you can respond.
I want to be really clear that the argument that Inky is making is perhaps one of the weakest that I've seen on this channel.
Goodness.
At any time. At any time. I would love for him to find one geneticist that argues that natural selection and Darwin's theory of evolution is incorrect. I'm going to do what he's not going to do. This is not an AI overview. Can you please share the screen? Please share the screen. Okay, here goes. I'm going to show you two modern journal articles that say that the concept of natural selection, Darwin's theory of evolution, actually is one of the most helpful concepts in understanding the modern concept of biology and genetics. Here we go, an article by T. Ryan Gregory, Understanding Natural Selection, Essential Concepts and Common Misconceptions. Let's just go just to the abstract. Now here's the paper, because I would never show you a paper and just have read the abstract. I would have read the whole paper. So let's just look at the abstract for a second though. It says natural selection is one of the central mechanisms of evolutionary change and is the process responsible for evolution of adaptive features. Without a working knowledge of natural selection, it is impossible to understand how or why living things have come to exhibit their diversity and complexity. That's just where he starts. And then in the very beginning, he starts with a quote by Ernest Mayr from 1982. By the way, this article is from, what year is this? 2009. Okay, scholarly article. Let's look at this. There is probably no more original, more complex, and bolder concept in the history of ideas than Darwin's mechanistic explanation of adaptation. This is a modern journal article talking about the importance of Darwin's work. Here's another. This is in the National Library of Medicine, right? This is by Gregory Dimigian. I think I'm saying that name correctly. This is from 2012. Darwinian natural selection, its enduring explanatory power. Once again, here is the entire paper, right? Let's just read from the paper for a second, because I want you to see that what I'm showing you is what the scholars, the scientists say. I don't even understand what Enqi is doing right now. He's arguing that the theory of evolution as described by Darwin is no longer in effect. There is not one geneticist or biologist that would make that case.
Hey, hold on.
Not one.
Can I stop you?
So here we go. Take a listen to this. Evolutionary theory has never had a stronger scientific foundation than it does today. In a short review, I hope to portray the deep commitment of today's biologist. Remember, Inky said that evolution has nothing to do with biology. Obviously, this person that has an MD, a real doctor, by the way, disagrees. Today's biologist to Darwinian natural selection and to discoveries made since Darwin's time. In spite of the scientific advances in the century and a half since the publication of On the Origin of Species, Darwin still remains the principal author of modern evolutionary theory. He is one of the greatest contributors of all time to our understanding of nature. This is what the scientists say. So I'm not sure what he's actually arguing here. Is the idea of pangenesis dated? Yes. He did not have all the tools that we had, so he wasn't able to explain how the features travel from organism to organism. That's the only part that is dated. The idea of Darwinian evolution has been supported by 150 years of scientific study.
Do I get a chance to speak at this point, or you still going?
That's a period, brother. I don't know whether sa.neter is saying that you go next,
okay.
But
so now here we go again. That was a nice segue. A part of your shtick is your cadence and your pattern of speech. But what you're doing is redirecting people's attention away from the science, which is what I've been saying since you interjected into this video. So now you showed us scientific papers that says the theory of evolution is a great contributor, blah, 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 blah. Got it. Can you pull up any scientific papers or any scientific literature that shows me or anybody else here watching? Since you got everybody's eyes, now we got the people now. Now we got the people. Can you show anybody where gemmules or gemmules are actually a real thing? Can you show us where the actual scientific, the science that Charles Darwin proposed, can you show us where that mechanism is actually correct? Can you show us that? And can we get a small, concise answer, like a yes or a no?
I want to be clear,
okay,
that Darwin's theory of pangenesis is dated. Some of his ideas of gemmules have actually been confirmed in what we would call genes today, but it is dated. No one would actually say that an organism called a gemmule actually exists. But remember, the title of this discussion is Dr. Enqi Destroys Ankh on Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. His theory of evolution has not been overturned by scientific study. That is what the issue is. You have conflated Charles Darwin's theory of evolution with his description of how he thought maybe some of these traits were passed from organism to organisms, is what he called pangenesis. That is the dated part of the theory. But the theory, the large sweeping theory of evolution, is one that has been that is one that actually is substantiated by the research. And I just showed you two. I could show you more scientific journal articles by scientists who confirm this.
Please make an effort, brother. Please, for me, please make an effort to try. I know it's hard for you. I just want you to try to shorten these answers down. Please make an effort to do that. Okay. So here's my question. Wait. Don't cut me off, because you know cutting people off is a cardinal sin on over here. So we don't cut off people now. We don't do that, especially not scholarly people with great behavior. We don't do that. Right. So here's my question to you. When a theory is proposed according to the scientific method, how is that theory proven or disproven? You go.
You're asking me?
Absolutely.
To describe the scientific method?
I'm asking you a simple question.
Wait. Let's be very clear. The scientific method is a process that scientists have developed through the process of observation and study. So what they do is they actually have a hypothesis. Then they have a bunch of studies that say, is this hypothesis true or not? That's basically the scientific method. And I want to be clear that the scientific method has corroborated Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. And so that is what those scientists are actually saying.
Okay, now hold on. Because I think that you are purposely avoiding what I'm asking you, because as a professor, I know that you know better, Jabari. There's a word and it begins with the letter E. Let me help you out. There's a word that begins with the letter E. It is a essential part. See, that's how I did that. That's like a bar right there. I gave you another word with a letter E, essential, right? To give you even to double down on. So there's a word that begins with the letter E that actually backs up studies. So it's the part of the thing they're observing. Like what are they writing about in the studies? Because hypothesis and theory are almost synonyms. Hypothesis and theory are not facts. They're not facts. They're not something that's factual, or it wouldn't be called a theory anymore. It'd be called a fact. So what are the things specifically? Like what's this that E word that they use? You know, there's an E word they use to validate hypotheses or theories. I'll help you out. It's called experiments. And so when they did the experiments, and it can't be any more biased. You don't get any more biased than your own flesh and blood. You don't get any more biased than your own flesh and blood. When Charles Darwin's own flesh and blood did the experiments, Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, the idea, the philosophy, the theory was debunked, because the actual scientific mechanism he proposed was found to be absolutely 100% incorrect. And I want you to just be honest about that. You done came up here and did all this talking, and you have not one time just said straightforward, you know what, Inky, you're correct. In the 1800s, Francis Galton and other scientists performed experiments on the pangenesis theory and found it to be incorrect. There's no such thing as gemules. There's no such thing as that doesn't exist. That's not a real thing. Now, the concept of a parent passing information to the baby, That existed way before Charles Darwin, and you should be ashamed of yourself for standing up here defending that. And you know, we could go back, bro. So I want you to just narrow this down, and let's get back to the scientific method. How are hypotheses and theories validated or invalidated? Go ahead and give us that E word.
It's interesting that you only use the word experimentation, but the word that is usually used before experimentation is observation. That's the term that I used. I said study and observation. That is what I said. And so it would be really nice for someone who thinks that he is describing something eloquently to have a source. You have shown us none other than AI overviews and the title page of a book. You can't question what I am saying when I'm the one that showed the book that you did not show, when I'm the one that showed the 2 scholarly articles that you did not show. How in the world do you think that you are doing well here? This is beneath this community. By the way, the idea of gemmules is similar to the idea of genes. Not 100% correct. It's a dated theory. But Charles Darwin didn't have access to the tools that modern scientists do. So I want to be clear that there is no one else that would also say, well, his theory is 100% incorrect. That's not how scientists or scholars speak. They say it's dated. In other words, we have a better explanation now. You're 100% incorrect. I would love for you to find a scholar that would speak like that. But the reality is you're not reading scholars. And if you're not reading scholars, you cannot in turn be one. That's the problem here. How do you come before this community and show the title page of a book, imply that the theory you are describing is in that book when it is not, and then show us nothing but AI overviews and think that you are teaching something here? The reality is that this topic, and I want sa.neter to confirm this topic, Dr. Enqi destroys Ankh on Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, I'm quite sure that that is your title. But you haven't even discussed the theory of evolution. You've discussed pangenesis.
Well, that is Enqi's title.
I know it is, because I know you, sa.neter. I know that's his title. He didn't even discuss the theory of evolution. Pangenesis is not the theory of evolution, nor is it on the origin of species. But all you did is show us the cover page. And now you're demanding me to give more data, more information, when you have given us none. Zero.
You put it on me, so it must be my turn. Is that what you're doing?
That's a period. You could start. You could go.
Okay, because Sa put the camera on me.
Right, hold up real quick. Whenever I have someone come on and they doing the presentation, always remember, people in the audience, it is their topic. It's not mine. So Jabari know, because I always say to Jabari and everybody else, what is your topic? Text me your topic. I say that to everybody that come on and do a show. The next thing I want to say is
Man, come on, man.
Yo, Sa, are you gonna let me address Jabari, or you just?
I'm gonna let you address him, but you've been calling this man's name all day, and now what you did was you brung on a bunch of other people to do the work for Ankh, so he could brush up real quick and then come in. No, they didn't come in to do the work.
Hold on. Just hit the share screen real quick. That's fine. Let's just hit the share screen.
Hey, Inky, would you debate Jabari? Would you debate him on this topic?
Why are you hiding Ankh? What are you doing? Why I can't debate Ankh? What are you doing? Why are you trying so hard to hide Ankh?
Look, we'll see how Ankh feel about it. Go ahead, continue. Go ahead.
Listen, look at this. I would debate anybody. Jabari, listen, if you listening and you paying attention, Jabari has already conceded defeat. Hold on. You laughing. Jabari has said over and over. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. A water molecule, right? Wait. I just want you to get this 1 second.
Water molecules.
This what we doing, Sal?
Let him speak, y'all. Let Enqi speak.
So I get a chance to say since my name
nobody's interrupting him.
I can hear ad libs in the background. I don't want that when I'm speaking.
All right, come on, y'all. Let him go, y'all. We don't want this to mess it up. This is a good show.
A water molecule was discovered to be H2O roughly 200 years ago. Right? Roughly 200 years ago, science discovered that a water molecule is 2 hydrogens and an oxygen atom. 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. That right there is called a fact. That's a fact. Put back what I have on the share screen. That's called a fact, right? It's called a fact because it passed the scientific method, right? There's observation. Observation is us observing things that happens in nature, and we get curious about those things. We create questions about those things. When we feel like we formulated an answer, that's called a hypothesis or a working theory. Now that we have a hypothesis, which means now that we think we have an answer to the question, now we put that answer to an actual test. That's when we run experiments. And when we get the results of those experiments, if the results of those experiments confirm our hypothesis in a replicatable, duplicatable manner, that hypothesis, that theory now moves to accepted scientific fact. There's no date on it. There's no, 100 years later. Hold on. There's 100 years later, 200 years later, we changed it up because we got new tools. That's disingenuous. We didn't change up the theory because we got new tools. We didn't change up the theory because it was outdated. We didn't change. It's not like an old car. We didn't change it up because we needed a newer model. We changed it up. We replaced it because it was proven to be incorrect at the experiment phase. Period. So now Ankh can go and Ankh can explain to us how gemules or gemules or pangenesis is actually correct science. And Jabari, although he's an eloquent speaker, he's very good at speaking, he has not done a good job at separating pangenesis from the theory of evolution, because pangenesis is the engine of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. The pangenesis theory is the engine. If you take out the engine, the car stops moving. So when you say when you say that Charles Darwin's theory of evolution is heredity, and how when you get to the science of it, the science was debunked by his cousin.
Source, please.
Man, do I get a chance to talk, yo?
All right, let's go. Brother, it's on you, Unc. It's on you, Unc.
Big up.
I mean, the name of the title, so it's on you, Unc.
Yeah. So big up.
Ghetto.
Big up to you, Jabari. You done a great job. This is clear that Inky is taking everybody down.
Before you go, let's keep it on the information.
No, come on, man. You don't have to tell me that.
I know. I don't want it to go left.
I got it. No, it's not going to go left. Although me and this individual stay on the left.
Right.
It is what it is. But in reality, and Jabari understands this. He's giving you a whole bunch of mumble jumble and gift galley, right? He doesn't even understand what a scientific theory is. Because if he did, he would not even be making this presentation. So basically, in a nutshell, what he's trying to tell you is that the theory of evolution is invalid. That's crazy. It's a well-substantiated organizing of scientific facts, okay? The theory of evolution is uncontrovertible, okay? That life on Earth does evolve and change over time. We can recognize this and understand this based off of artificial selection. We know this based off of the gray wolf and how all living canines today, right, evolved from the gray wolf. So if nature, or if humans can cause artificial selection, then absolutely nature can do natural selection naturally. It's right here in the evidence. We don't have to go through this. We've seen in real time during the pandemic. We've seen how viruses changed. Okay, we've seen it. We've seen how the COVID virus, right? How it just changed over time. It happened right in front of our face. So I don't know what he's talking about. He's confusing the listening audience. So no, Charles Darwin's theory of evolution has not been overturned. Galton, his second cousin, didn't even understand his work. That has nothing to do because Galton read Charles Darwin's work. Galton himself never said that you're wrong. As a matter of fact, Charles Darwin told Galton, his second cousin, that you don't even understand the work, and I do not agree with you. So he's faking y'all out, taking you this long diatribe of misinformation, and it's wild, man. He's going to ask all kind of crazy. Molecules don't have nothing to do with this. He's taking you down a wild road. The thing is Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, can he verify and prove through academic sources that the theory of evolution has been overturned? It's not only a scientific theory, it's a scientific fact. And I'm going to end right there, man. I'm not arguing and screaming and hollering, right, with a person who's just completely trying to confuse individuals on the theory of evolution. He's talking about everything but the theory of evolution at this point.
Okay, so hold on. Let me just talk to Unc real quick, Jabari.
Nah, you hold on.
Go ahead, Enqi.
Okay, so
Unc. Hey, let him finish his point.
He said he was finished.
His tactic is to ask a million damn questions about things that have no relevancy to the theory of evolution. That's the tactic he's been using for the last 10 years. We understand that. It's called pseudoisms at high levels. I just ended my point.
Okay, go ahead, Inky. Respond.
Okay, so quick question. To clarify your point, right? So that I understand your point and the audience understands your point. Are you saying that Charles Darwin's theory of pangenesis has nothing to do with Charles Darwin's theory of evolution? Unc.
Can you explain to me what pangenesis is, Inky, please, sir? Because I have no idea what you're talking about. Please explain that. And then I could answer your question because I don't know what you're talking about. At all. I have no idea what the hell you talking about.
Where the videos at? Hold up, Si. Where the laughing emojis in the videos at?
Bro, just explain it. You don't have to. Just explain it. I'm forthcoming. If I don't know and understand something, I'm simply going to say it. So explain to us what that is. What sources can we use to understand what you're talking about? Pangenesis. Explain that, please, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please allow me to speak without interruption.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay. So, Sa, early on in this conversation, you told me that this was not my lane.
I'll stand on that.
Okay. And you told me this was Unc's lane.
I'll stand on that.
Okay. When I pulled up what the pangenesis theory is, right? It clearly said that was Charles Darwin's theory. Did you say? Hold on.
Question. Just explain.
Wait a minute. Stop. I get to say whatever I want to say. I'm grown.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Now I'm asking you to bear witness that I put up on the screen from the AI Google search, right?
Yes.
That pangenesis theory is Charles Darwin's theory. Did you see
Yes,
that?
I bear witness that you put up an AI.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Jabari. This is why you wanted me to deal with Jabari. You gotta relax. You gotta relax.
Around the corner, bro.
Listen, no. You gotta relax. You gotta let it go.
Don't let me know Unc killed you with just one question, bro.
Oh my God. Stop. You gotta relax. You don't behave like this with nobody else.
Go ahead, because I see what you're doing, man. And
you see what I'm doing. You see what I'm doing.
To the people what you're gonna do, and you're doing exactly what he said you're gonna do.
Of course, I'm gonna ask questions. He's scared of me asking questions, so he tried to create a safety blanket where I don't get to ask him any questions. Now, what the people are going to see, is that Ankh is not as familiar with Charles Darwin's theory of evolution as you may think, and as he may have led everybody else.
Did you hear his question to you?
Oh, stop! You have to relax. I'm not going to modify what I'm saying. If I got to wait for people to talk in order for me to talk again, I'm going to say what I wanted to say.
I ain't going to cut you off.
And along with my response, I'll address the question. But you can't curtail what I'm saying on my video, on my platform. What are we doing?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Let me start again from the top.
Go ahead. I put him on mute. I put that cough on mute.
Yeah. Listen, he might need to get some of this information on the health information. I'm just saying. So now, when he says, I don't know what pangenesis theory is, that is, like I said, the engine of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Pangenesis theory states that how information is transferred from parent to child is by something called gemmules or gemmules in cells bleeding out of cells. Cells are shedding gemmules and gemmules into the blood, and the blood grabs these gemmules and gemmules from all over the body and then puts them into your vagina and your penis. And when two species, when you have sex, these gemmules and gemmules that came out of all the cells all over the body is collected in your reproductive system, and you join them together. That has been disproven and debunked 200 years ago. 200 years ago. So all of this, what you got going on here, you could bring all the king's horses and all the king's men. They can't put this theory back together again. Nobody is going to come up onto this internet. Now you could draw pictures and say sources and woo. Everybody got internet. Everybody got internet. You acting like you acting like you 60, 70 years old, Jabari. Everybody got internet. We walking around with smartphones for a reason. So I've explained what the pangenesis theory is. And in that explanation, Sa, just for clarity, I've also explained how it cannot be separated from the larger theory, which is Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Let me say that again in a different way. When Charles Darwin proposed his theory of evolution, he said that heredity was information passed from parent to offspring. Boom. In a nutshell. So in order to test it, he needed to provide specifics. Like, okay, we can all observe that. We can all observe that children look like their mother or their father. We can all see that. That's nothing special. That's not science. That's just simple observation. That's not something that we can go into scientific fact with. We have to hone that down and get into specifics. So Charles Darwin, what is your specifics on the actual mechanisms that transfers information from parent to offspring. His mechanism, Charles Darwin's theory of pangenesis, is all of these cells, like I said, produce these gemmules, and the gemmules collect inside your testicles and your penis and inside a woman's vagina and are shared during sex. That was disproven in the 1800s. Unkh's turn.
Right, Jabari, you can respond.
Jabari can respond. What happened to Ankh?
Ankh had to leave for a minute.
Ankh had to leave again.
I'd love for him to show us a source where he got that from.
Okay, hold on. Will you keep flashing source? Are you saying, hold on. Are you saying, for clarity, because you keep flashing source.
You don't know what a source is?
I'm asking you a specific question for clarity.
Go ahead.
Are you saying that you disagree that gemmules have been disproven?
No, I'm saying I disagree with your definition of pangenesis. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, hold on.
I'd love for you to show us a source. It'd be great if it could be in Darwin. Wait a minute. Wait. It would be great if it could be in Darwin's own writing. By the way, I assume that you also know that he called it a provisional theory, right? You did know that, right? Did you know that?
Yes. Because it was a theory that was not proven. So even he knew that it wasn't real. Even he knew it wasn't real.
Inky, that's incorrect.
That's absolutely correct.
Inky, listen. Darwin described his theory of evolution, right? And he was trying to describe how these traits not pass necessarily just from parent to child, but from organism to organism. That's the big thing about evolution, not from parent to child, but organism from organism. So he actually said, this is how I think it may occur. That's why he called it a provisional theory. He was not sure exactly what the mechanism was by which traits pass from one organism to an evolved organism. So he called it provisional, which meant I'm not really sure if this is correct. That's what he was doing. And I was thinking you were going to go to Darwin's letters where he describes the theory. He didn't show the letters. I was thinking you were going to give us a little bit more on how he doesn't say passes through someone's penis to someone's vagina. Where did you get that from?
No. Wait, let me jump in.
Where did you get that from?
Hey, let Ankh jump in real quick. Ankh
my goodness.
So hey,
let Ankh respond real quick too. Go ahead.
Jabari, do you know why that's not in Charles Darwin work like that no more? Because he was wrong. It wasn't no genetics yet. So that was thrown out. Like, you know what I'm saying? So now we understand inheritance based off genetics now. So that part was just wrong. And to think that this man would come up here and play this game in the age of information is the point that we're trying to make, bro. Like I said, that has no bearing on Charles Darwin's work. Like any other scientist, you can get things wrong. You can get this part right, that part wrong. That's not the issue. The issue is that you came up here and played that game. Now we got to get you now. Now we got to do the research and show and prove that you're doing what you normally do. While bringing up discredited information on credible scientists is not the way to go, because we ready for this, bro. I can't believe you did that. I'm going to say this again. The pangenesis was Charles Darwin's attempt to explain the inheritance. He just got that part wrong. But what he didn't get wrong was evolution by way of natural selection. That's what he didn't get wrong. And guess what? And we know he didn't get it wrong because it is the foundation of modern biological evolutionary theory, bro. It's the foundation of modern biology, bro.
Absolutely
evolutionary
correct.
Biology, to be exact. And as a matter of fact, he's so damn right that every hospital you go to, if you're dealing with medicine, if you're dealing with helping out patients, understands this. Medical personnel understand this, and it's working. Watch this. I mentioned during the pandemic. During the pandemic, they was able to change the vaccine. Why? Because they was able to evolve with the goddamn pathogen. That's how we know they understand evolution, because they could change the daggone vaccine. That is verifiable proof that living organisms evolve over time, but now since we live in a world of pathogens that are evolving, our medicine must evolve. But the only way our medicine can evolve in real time is if they understand the mechanism at play that cause these organisms to evolve. We got you, Enqi. Now you made yourself relevant again by talking to Jabari, by talking to me. Now we got to get you. Now we're going to delve into this thing you talk about, sperm genesis. We're going to find out, is that now a discredited pseudo idea? And when we do, we're going to show you, bro. See, guess what, Enqi? I appreciate you, bro. And you just keep giving us work to continue to finish you off. Thank you, bro. Now, what about that Genesis thing again? That Pangenesis? What about that again? It's what?
That's what, yo, hold on. See, that's what I'm saying, Sa. You bugging. Put the camera on me, man. You bugging, bro. What are you doing, bro? Now, how you no, it's not even
he dropped the bomb, man. He dropped the bomb.
How did he drop a bomb when he came on and the first thing he had? First of all, let's acknowledge what we actually saw. Ankh was on the live stream. Ankh dropped off the live stream so he could quickly do some research and find out what Pangenesis was. Then he comes back onto the live stream after telling us all that he's never heard of it before. Once he does his quick research, he finds out that it has been totally debunked. And the first thing that he comes on and says is, yeah, Pangenesis was Charles Darwin's theory that was debunked.
You really believe that Ankh never heard of that before, brother?
Oh, so now what we're going to do, okay, hold. Now we get ready to put words in Ankh's mouth to make him sound better. Okay,
well, let me talk. Let me make my point.
Are you cutting me off?
Keep going. No, yeah, keep going.
That's the Zali. That's the Zali.
First, okay, whoever that is. The first thing that Ankh did when he came back in after doing his quick little research is he confessed that Pangenesis is incorrect and it was debunked 200 years ago. Grand opening, grand closing. You should have dropped the bomb right after he admitted to what I said all this time. That's what you should have did, because I told you everybody's going to come up here and they're going to argue with me on a whole bunch of different things. But nobody is going to be able to tell you that Gemules or Gemules is real, that Pangenesis is a fact, or that it was not debunked in the 1800s. Nobody's going to be able to do that. Not even Ankh. Ankh just got up here and admitted that what I've been saying this entire time is actual fact. And you dropped the bomb on it anyway. Like I just don't understand what you're doing. Let the other brother speak.
Well, hold on. No. What happened was my phone got disconnected. What you've done for the last hour is mischaracterize what that was and what relevancy it actually had to the topic, which is absolutely none. That's why I didn't hear about it, because it has no relevancy to the theory. Scientists get things wrong all the time. Einstein did it. Scientists die with getting things wrong, but they leave a legacy of things that get right. That's okay. The fact that you overwhooped, because you overwhooping, bro.
Okay.
Pangenesis, let me finish my point. I'm not going to talk you long. I'm simply saying that the very fact that Charles Darwin got that wrong has no relevancy on the topic of the theory of evolution. I don't even know why you tried to do that. So I am correct. You made that up and you overwhooped it. That's my point.
Wow. So hold up. We gotta address that right there. Now, how is it that after you just broke that down, right? You just said that scientists get stuff wrong. Charles Darwin, scientists get stuff wrong, and Charles Darwin got that wrong. So you acknowledge that Charles Darwin made that up. And you acknowledge that Charles Darwin got that wrong. Then you end up, what is happening to you? You can't control yourself.
Go ahead, Enqi. Just go ahead, man. Come on, bro.
So you don't have a speech for his decorum and his behavior about how he's interrupting?
He said, go ahead, brother. You do know you're dealing with the pseudo killers, though, right?
Oh my God, this is crazy. You do know that we're dealing with the bias building. Don't you know that? Now, he just confessed, he just admitted Charles Darwin That's Charles Darwin's theory, and Charles Darwin got that wrong. How does he get to end his statement with "I made up pangenesis" if he also just said that's Charles Darwin's theory, and he just admitted that Charles Darwin got that incorrect? How does he get to finish his statement off when "I made that up"? This is what I'm saying with these hodgepodge full of statements, and you got people that's drowsy at home listening, and then you drop a bomb on it and make it seem like his last sentence or two was impactful, when in fact it was circle talk. Go ahead, Jabari.
Unmute yourself, Jabari.
I was waiting for you to tell me to speak. Let me just say, I don't think that Enqi even responded to any of the scholarly articles that I've displayed, or the very basic fact that pangenesis is not the theory of evolution. I've actually shown you scholarly articles that actually describe how important Charles Darwin's theory is still today. And I don't know why. I mean, he showed us no sources, showed us no quotes from Charles Darwin, made a lot of inferences based on I don't know what, and then he's not even acknowledging that this discussion is supposed to be about Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Pangenesis is not Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Charles Darwin described evolution and natural selection, and he tried to say, well, how do these traits pass down? That's the pangenesis part. But even he knew that he did not have powerful enough tools to understand whether it was correct or not. That's why he labeled that part as provisional. In other words, if something better comes along, that is the argument. Even Darwin said it was provisional. This is supposed to be about Darwin's theory of evolution. And Enqi has not mentioned his theory of evolution once. I don't even understand what's happening. No sources, AI overviews, not even talking about the topic. What are we doing? What is happening here? And you can't say that I am one of Ankh's shills. Ankh and I argue all the time. We just argued on Friday. But as I said when I sat on sa.neter's couch, 85% of what I and Ankh actually say is exactly the same. I respect Ankh's scholarship. That's why I would sit with him. So I already knew. One of the only reasons why I even came in, by the way, is because Ankh couldn't. Because Ankh is more than equipped than I am to deal with this.
Bang, bang.
But the reality is that you have shown such a low bar for scholarship. Anyone could look at an AI overview. Are all AI overviews correct? Isn't an AI overview just an actual system which culls all the information on the internet? You're supposed to look at sources and make an argument. You can't just simply say the AI overview said it, so it's correct. How does that work? Is that what you think scholarship is? He even told me in the beginning that I didn't want to talk about the science with him. What science has he displayed? What source has he displayed? What scholarly article or journal article has he displayed? He hasn't even shown you Darwin's work himself, and he doesn't seem to understand that Darwin's theory of evolution is best described in his book on the origin of species, which he tried to make sound like it was some sort of white supremacist manifesto. He disappeared from that one, by the way. Did you notice he just said, "Oh, I'm in trouble," and then didn't say nothing else about that? Did you notice that, family? And then when I said, "Well, where is his theory of pangenesis?" No answer. No answer, because he doesn't know where it is. He has not read Charles Darwin. All he's doing is reading AI overviews. That is not scholarship. That's not how one does this. I'm not just talking about from my vantage point. I'm saying from any vantage point. If one of my freshman students did this on a paper, I would write on the top, I wouldn't put F because they're freshmen. I would say, "See me." And I would tell them, you have to rewrite this. You have no sources. How did you come up with this argument? So this is a problem. And I really think that we have a lot of work. We're in trouble, family. Our community truly needs to be able to have rigorous analysis so we can understand how we're moving forward.
All right,
But
brother.
let me just say this. When you don't get rigorous analysis, this is a problem. It's more than evolution. This is a problem in our community overall, and we must change it.
I want to go to Dezali and let Dezali say a few things.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Hold on. Before I say anything, I want to say that I had the honor, the pleasure of meeting Juju this weekend, Friday. I met Juju in person, and I have to let y'all know right now that she is the same in person as she is online. She don't be fronting. She don't change for nobody. She is just more beautiful in person than I see online, because I could actually see her and see her full figure. So I just had to throw that out there. All right. And so now let me move on over to Dezali. Let Dezali.
No.
Inky,
Real quick.
Hold on. No. I gotta address.
All right, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Jabari, true or false? Are all hypotheses and theories provisional until they are proven through experimentation?
Absolutely every single hypothesis is provisional. But when you actually
hold on.
Wait. No. When you actually see that the person that is coming up with the idea tells you it's provisional, they are literally saying to you, this is my idea, but I don't have enough data to support it. That is what he did.
Okay, Jabari, please, with the long-winded. Okay, so here's what I'm saying.
How was that long-winded? Stop it.
Here's what I'm saying, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to say, because Charles Darwin said it was provisional and then it was debunked, you're somehow trying to take that off the record and separate that from the rest of his material. And what I'm telling you is, first of all, he didn't put that there saying, oh yeah, I know this is incorrect in advance. First of all, he would have never put it in his papers. He would have never put it in his material. He would have never presented it as a part of his working theory. What he meant by provisional, the context of provisional, is that this is a unproven aspect. We have not done any experimentation to validate this part of my theory yet. So by you continuously repeat, but even Darwin said it was provisional. All hypotheses and theories are provisional until they are proven through experimentation. So I just want, for the people that's at home, that's cognizant, I just want y'all to realize the wordplay here. Now you could go on to Dezali.
You know, can I say?
I got to get the last word on my platform here, Jabari.
Enqi, this is not the last word. I didn't say here sa.neter.
I know, but we're trying to go to Dezali, and then you
hold on. Let me go to Dezali, because he's been waiting for a long time.
My name is in that title though, sir.
That is true. That is true.
Okay. Well, we can go to you whenever you're ready, Unc.
Go ahead.
I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready.
I gotta say, sir, that I'm up here with two of my favorite people, Ankh and Jabari. These are two of my favorite people. They're probably the most hated people on your channel, which means that they are doing something right. To our brother, Minister Inky, I don't know if you've been watching the chat, but if you take a glance at it, I want you to take a glance and see the people who are agreeing with you and cheering for you.
Yeah, you got a lot of people agreeing with you in the chat, Inky, in case you didn't know.
And those people who are agreeing with you and cheering for you, if you don't know them personally, I'm kind of familiar with some of them. Those are the people who think that we come from mermaids, the people who think we were made from clay, that we fell out of the sky. Those are the people who are agreeing with you. And, you know, I would think that I would have to take a step back and say, you know, I would have to question it. But what I really want to do is make a plea to you, Brother Inky, that you have a bright mind, but like many of the other teachers that come on this channel, it's like y'all have this personal vendetta against science. You said earlier that one of the biggest problems in the Black community is misinformation. You said that, brother. I would ask, why are you and other people who come up here trying to further misinformation? We may not like white people. We may not like science. We may see white people as being the face of science, which is wrong because we have plenty of Black and Asian scientists now. But it really takes away from our people when we're trying to wrestle against something that is just right. I may not want it to be right. I may not want to be a primate. But it's not about what I want. It's about what the evidence shows. And that's what our people need from you, Minister Enqi. Take our personal feelings, our personal grief against white people out. If it's right, it's right. Let's move forward. Let's participate so that we can rise up like the damn Asians did. They didn't rise up by trying to move backwards and trying to nitpick white people's science. They said, you know what? The science they have given us is working. It is right. That's what they use to them conquer us. Maybe we should get on board with it and further it, and we can raise ourselves up. That's what these other nations did. That's what our Black people need to do. Stop fighting it. If it's correct, it's correct. If water's wet, water's wet. If evolution has been proven, evolution has been proven. I don't want it to be, but it is. But I land there for my two favorite people.
Wait, don't click off. Don't click off.
Thank you.
Inky, hold on, Inky. I want to give these people a chance to get it out right quick because they've been
they can hold on. I gotta address the brother.
Go ahead and address it, man. Damn, man.
What are we doing, son? You dropping highlight clips and all that on top of foolishness. Now, brother, you spoke very long. You put a few jokes in. It was entertaining. But just for clarity, are you saying that pangenesis is correct? And that I need to accept it because being against pangenesis is demonstrating that A, I'm against white people, and B, that I'm against science. So
no, sir. Hold on. Oh, all right, go ahead.
Let me clarify. So for the record, was pangenesis debunked in the 1800s, yes or no?
Pangenesis was debunked way back then and became obsolete way back then. Everyone who's any type of scientifically literate knew it. But what you are doing is you are saying that the Philadelphia Eagles won the darn Super Bowl, but they had 3 drop passes. That's what you're doing to that dude Darwin and to science. You're nitpicking what they got wrong and missing that they actually got the Super Bowl. They got it right. They won the Super Bowl. Yeah, they had 3 drop passes, but they won the Super Bowl, brother.
All right, so let me ask you a question. And I already said for the record, what all of the people that come up here to disagree with me, they're all going to actually agree on the science part. So let me ask you this question. With the fact that heart disease is the #1 killer in the world, especially America, would you say that modern science knows everything about the heart and how the heart works?
Well, me personally, I would have to defer to an expert. I've never even read about that, brother.
Facts. Okay. So, and here's the reason why I wanted to ask that, because some people will take that and go, okay, that's a plausible answer. For me, I want to understand your logic. Your level of logic, your level of rhetoric and understanding and articulating yourself. For me, right, the mere fact that heart disease is the #1 killer means that no matter what advances we've made in science, we still have a lot to learn about how the heart works. Because if we knew everything there is to know about how the human heart works, it would not be the #1 killer. it would not be the number one killer. So that's just deductive logic and reasoning. And I just wanted to measure what level your deductive logic and reasoning was at. Go ahead, Si. You go on to the next one.
Can I get?
Go ahead, because your name is in the title. Go ahead,
So Nate, I need you to check your email.
Okay.
Pull something up, because this is what Enqi does not understand. He does what they all do. Okay, I'm just gonna get this straight. Let's get this real straight here.
Man, I would love to keep this going, but I got to go get my babies.
Yeah, I know. Running. I know. Go get your baby.
I'm a father of 5. I take care of mine.
So you know, pull up your email real quick. He got 2 seconds.
All right.
Ask that man, did the scientists know everything? No, they don't know everything.
The only thing with this, Unc, is I don't know how to blow it up. So
you don't got to blow it up. So can you read that to the people? First of all, we're going to ask Enqi. Enqi, do you know what a scientific theory is? Now it's my turn to ask questions. It's my turn now. Do you know what a scientific theory is, Enqi? You look, yeah, you can look it up. I want you to. I ain't trying to get an aha moment.
No. I'm just like not answering, so you can go ahead and finish.
No. What is that? See, so this man didn't ask 1,000 questions. Now you ask him 2 questions.
You on the clock, brother? Just come on with your paper.
No, I want to know what is a scientific theory, bro. You can look it up. Go to Wikipedia.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, or sa.neter, read it and see if he agrees with it.
You got to send it again. Send it again.
I cannot send it again. It's going to knock me off the stream, y'all, bro.
Okay, hold on.
Nothing came through yet.
Wait, hold on. Oh, why can't you read it?
Because I can't read, nigga. That's why. Now, I can't read. So I can't read. So let's get that out the way. I cannot read. So that's why sa.neter is going to read. Now,
bring it up. Send it again.
Out the way. Huh?
Right. Send it again.
sa.neter, for what? It's in your email.
I don't see it. Nothing came through, brother.
Come on, bro. It's gonna knock me off the stream, y'all, bro. Hey, Juju, can you look up a scientific theory on Wikipedia, please?
I was just gonna give him the simple explanation.
No, read that. Just read that for me. Is that
need
possible?
Me to read it?
Yeah, on Wikipedia.
Okay, it might knock me out. I'll try it.
It's gonna knock you off too.
Maybe. Hold on.
sa.neter, is it just sa.neter?
I just type it up. A scientific theory.
On Wikipedia, that's the simplest one. We don't want to get them too complex. Since he can't even answer the question.
Are you kidding?
Can you just give him the simple explanation? I'm trying to tell him. Scientific theory is just an explanation or set of organized facts.
You want me to read it? I got it pulled up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, read it for me. Read it for
Who's that?
That's Cosmic Chris 9, brother. Unc know what's up.
Man, just read, come on, man. Just read the.
I'll read it. Let me read it.
On Wikipedia.
On Wikipedia. Look, Wikipedia. A scientific theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspects of the natural world based on a body of facts that have been repeatedly confirmed through observation and experiment.
Woo!
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
So Enqi. Come on, man. Come on, man. sa.neter, control this, man. Facts. So Enqi, do you agree with that, Enqi? Yes or no?
You want me to answer the question?
Yes. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Then you can give a long ass explanation if you want.
Absolutely, I agree.
Okay, so thank you. So now, is Charles Darwin theory of evolution a scientific theory?
No.
Okay, hey, sa.neter, I rest my case. We got him on tape lying. That's a straight out lie.
Hold on. Now,
hold on. Nope. You said no, and we appreciate your answer, bro.
I'm not taking it back. Hold on. Relax.
Okay, so why do you need to explain it? Explain
Wait a minute. What do you mean? Why do you need to explain?
No, it's just a no, correct? You said it's not.
Please, man. Go
ahead and flam the people. Go ahead.
I'm not flam-flamming the people.
Go ahead. Tell us why all the scientists on planet Earth say it's a scientific theory, but you, my brother, say it's not. Go ahead.
Unc. See, you adding
I didn't.
Hold on. You just had your people read it.
No, that's not my people. That's your people.
Okay, that's fine. You just had Cosmic Chris volunteer. Unc, You gonna let me speak? And
No, I'm saying it's a little behind.
You
No,
keep cutting me off, and I don't hear sa.neter chastising you the way I get chastised.
No, Enqi, my delay is a little bit behind. That's what's going on, bro.
Okay,
go ahead.
But if you stop talking, we wouldn't experience your delay. Now, what I'm saying is, when he read that very nasty, dangerous E word popped right up at the end of that sentence. That very nasty, tricky, dangerous word that you want to avoid, the experiments. Because what happened is when they tried to prove the scientific portion of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, when they tried to validate the scientific portion, the scientific way, with the scientific method, where you test the theories and the hypotheses with experiments, it was proven false. And the craziest part is it was proven false by his family, Francis Galton. This is why, although you done had a zillion people come up on this platform to disagree with me, everybody, including Jabari, including yourself, has already said, well, yeah, it was replaced. Yeah, it was wrong. Yeah, it was debunked. Yeah, it was found untrue. Yeah, it was this. And so everything else is circumstantial because the scientific portion of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution was debunked. The philosophy, the philosophy of Charles Darwin's theory that information is passed from parent to child, that's what they're referring to when they say Charles Darwin's theory of evolution serves as a model or a precursor to modern science. The philosophy, not the actual scientific portion of the theory. The scientific portion of the theory was debunked via experimentation.
Damn. Okay, Enqi, you just made all that up on purpose. You did it on purpose. Wow. And you did it willfully. There's no such thing as the philosophy of Charles Darwin theory. It is a scientific theory that is well substantiated. Wow. Evolution is not only a theory, it's a scientific fact. Okay? Right. And it's uncontrovertible.
Incontrovertible.
You are very uncomfortable with that word. You are very uncomfortable with that word.
You are uncontrovertible. What are you talking about?
All right, it's all right. Come on, let me
finish my point. First of all, I said the word right. I'm on the damn cell phone. Second point, why would you get up on this panel knowing that you're making it up, knowing that you have not shown one source to say that a scientific source from the leading journals, the Journal of Nature, the Journal of Science, JAMA, saying that Charles Darwin theory is not a theory. You just made that up. No such thing as a philosophy part. I'm going to say this again. Charles Darwin's work is the foundation of evolutionary biology. You're the first person I ever heard say there's philosophy part of it. That makes no sense, bro. It's a scientific theory. And since you do not understand a scientific theory, like most people don't, of course you would say what you would say. Now, I'm going to ask you this, bro. Go get a source that says Charles Darwin's theory of evolution by way of natural selection is not a scientific theory. Go get a credible source, bro. Don't talk me to death. I don't want to hit, because you got to go get your children. Sometime in this year, go get that source that says that, bro. Go get that, bro.
Hold on.
No. Don't talk me to death. Go get a source.
Okay,
go get that, bro.
I got you, Unc. But right. I answered your questions and endured.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You lied.
I did. You said stop. You got them on tape. I answered your question. Now hold on.
All right. Both of y'all stop. Let me bring on somebody. Come on.
Wait. Sir, you gotta let me question.
I can say
something. Do that. You gotta let me respond to Unc. Now, Unc, for the record, are you telling the people that Francis Galton did not perform experiments that disproved pangenesis?
I'm telling you that you keep mixing up pangenesis with the theory of evolution on purpose, willfully, brother.
Hold on.
So we know who Galton is. He's the one
We know what his cousin came up with. So are you supporting what the other piece of what his cousin came up with? Yes or no?
Unc, can you please, the same way I gave you the courtesy,
Darwinism.
hold on. The same way I gave you the courtesy and I answered your question, right? Can you answer my question? Yes or no? Are you saying that Francis Galton did or did not disprove pangenesis? Yes or no? Did that happen?
How would he?
Hello, where's Unc?
All right, let me bring in
Oh my God, hold on, Si. Can I get an answer to my question?
Juju? Go ahead, you got the floor.
Can I get an answer? What did you mean?
No, we moving forward. Go ahead, Juju.
Yeah, I gotta catch the plane in an hour. But
All
I'd
right.
be like, how would he to just debunk that? You would need to, have a sufficient way to really study genetics, and you didn't really have that during Francis Galton. Plus, he was a racist. He would be like your beginning of social Darwinism or scientific racist. Francis Galton, you know that, right? So I don't know why you keep bringing him up against Charles Darwin.
Okay.
But no, I'm not going to answer no questions. I'm just going to make a few statements.
Oh my goodness. What you
So
doing here?
one of my statements that I wanted to make is
killers, man.
But hold on. But she got to be able to answer questions. She got to be able to take it like she give it.
But hold on, man. She just got a statement, man. Just let her get it out.
I like to clarify things, and then I'm out of here. I got to catch a plane back to Florida. So the theory of evolution is a modern theory using the framework that Charles Darwin set forth. So you're putting the weight of the whole theory of evolution on Charles Darwin. He has a foundation, but that's a modern theory. You understand that, right? It's a modern theory. Also, science doesn't speak absolute.
No, I don't.
All right, that's not my problem. That's yours. You got to figure that out. But it doesn't speak in absolutes, and I think that's what people are looking for, because people still have like this, Jesus complex, right? Everything is exact, like religion is absolute. That's not science. So science, it doesn't mind getting things wrong. I think you'll find most, if not all, scientists have done experiments and got things wrong. That would be part of their portfolio. But then it's no longer science if it can't stand the rigor of, research methodology. Do you understand that?
Yes, that's what I've been saying this whole time. Wait a minute. That's what I've been saying this whole time.
Don't crap. You weren't. You have not been saying that at all. And the second thing is that science doesn't mind. It doesn't mind getting things wrong. It's no longer science, and it's self-correcting. So if new evidence comes along, like Charles Darwin and this pangenesis thing, then that goes away and it's not considered science anymore. And there's been many things that people would have purported to be scientific. And in this modern age with modern sophisticated scientific tools, we were able to determine that those things aren't correct, like Earth being in the center of the universe. We can go on forever, right? So that doesn't mean that, that scientist is no longer valid, or you just got to throw science out the window. That's actually the functionality of science, okay? And that's what people really have to understand, and they'll, understand it better. I think science is actually kind of reflection of life. It's not stagnant. It's not absolute. Things are constantly changing. New things come into play, right? So yeah, you just got to get a few things under your belt buckle to really get a hold. If you want to discuss or think about teaching these, you should never think about teaching it because you don't adhere to it. Remember, you watch me, I didn't say believe, I said adhere. Because science is actually something you need to adhere to, you need to work for. It's a way different type of understanding. It's not a colloquial understanding. And the last point I wanted to make is people saying, oh, theory is not a fact. That is the colloquial definition of theory. Scientific theory is a compound word. So look that up. You just can't say theory and purport that definition to scientific theory, because that's not going to work. So it's just some fundamental stakes that some of your followers in the chat are making and you're making. So yeah, I'm gonna leave that there. Thank you, sa.neter. Thank you, Jabari. The rest of the panel, Dazali, and yeah, I'm back to Florida, New York.
Yeah, I didn't know he was supporting eugenics. Okay. I didn't know Enqi supported eugenics.
Hold on.
All right. I know Inky want to respond. Let me let Inky
Finally,
respond.
that word has been
I
said.
got you, Jabari, because you know Inky gonna want to respond. Then I got you, Jabari. Go ahead, Inky.
Okay, so again, which is a point that I've been very repetitive with throughout this whole conversation. What we're witnessing is people's personal feelings and bias about me, right? The sister actually said in the middle of her diatribe,
I don't know you.
You're not going to talk about the interruptions in the chat?
No, let him finish. No interruptions, y'all.
Stop. You know, when I cut somebody off, you got a whole narrative that you're trying to spin like, oh, Enqi, we could tell you losing because you cutting people off, and this is not how a scholar behaves. When people cut me off, hold on. When people cut me off, you don't say nothing. Then when I tell you and point it out to you, you go, hey, we got to let the brother finish now. I don't see the same energy going back and forth.
You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job, Inky.
I know I'm doing a great job because this cannot be disproven. Now, when we get to what the sister said there, the sister actually confessed. See, this is why, you know what I used to do back in the days? I started making those clips where I had to clip sometime what people say, because sometimes what they say in the beginning and the end don't match what they said in the middle. Now, what the sister said repetitively is that when the science is not proven, it no longer is science anymore. So when I point out that the heart of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution was disproven, where is the admission that it's no longer science? If the scientific part of Charles Darwin's theory, which is how the cells actually work for you, Unc. So now I'm off of the sister and now I'm moving back to Unc's commentary.
No, Jabari's next. So bring it to
hold on. But you phased from both of them, so I got to reply to them together. Unc said that philosophy is I just made up the philosophy of what, like he just said, I made that up. When Charles Darwin laid out his theory, a part of it is philosophy, an idea about how a thing goes. When he got to the science portion was him trying to postulate how cells share information and how that information transfers from the parent to the child. What I'm saying, what I've been saying, what I've continued to say and will continue to say is that was disproven through experimentation. At that point, it was supposed to be put in the trash can. It was supposed to be no longer seen as science, as the sister just said. It's not for you to be angry with me because you have spent all this time building up your house without bricks. You've been using straw to build it up so the big bad wolf just blows down the whole house roof. Don't be mad with me because this is your whole philosophy is built on a cornerstone. And that cornerstone has been debunked over 200 years ago, brother. And everybody up here is telling you that.
Can I say
I'm gonna keep doing it until you clarify, Unc. Are you now also saying for the record? Hold on, Unc. Are you also now saying for the record
It's on purpose, yo.
that Pangenesis?
You just do it on purpose. Just a false narrative is wild, bro.
No, you created a false narrative.
You admit what you're doing.
Look. See, Unc want to create an argument back and forth so it becomes muddy. You want to muddy up the water.
You're right. Hold on, y'all. Everybody, hold on. I gotta come to Jabari. I said he was next.
Wow. So Unc cuts me off and then we go to somebody else. Okay, go ahead, Jabari.
But at a certain point, why is he allowed to present the false narrative? The Pangenesis is the theory of evolution, man. Why do you keep saying that?
I'd never said that.
You did.
You just did.
You did.
No,
you just did.
I said that Pangenesis. Let me clarify. Pangenesis is the scientific portion of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Jabari already confirmed it.
No,
he didn't.
No, he did not. He did not say that.
Yes, he did.
No,
Jabari didn't say that.
They are twisting Inky's.
He didn't say that.
I'm right here. I did not say that.
Thank you, Chris.
Pangenesis is a hypothesis.
Agreeing
Now,
with
wait.
him in a certain type of way.
Let Jabari go.
sa.neter,
Now your turn.
sa.neter,
Jabari's turn.
sa.neter,
if I could, you said I was going to be able to speak. Let me.
Yeah,
let me first,
Jabari.
I want to be clear that Charles Darwin actually did not view pangenesis as the heart. By the way, that's a quote. I wrote it down because when he said, I said, what? Enqi says that pangenesis is the heart of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. He would not have said that if he said it was provisional. I'm telling you, he did not say that. And of course, Enqi has no sources. He is remarkably source-free. No sources.
Jabari.
How in the world can he make that case? I'm not finished. Without any source. By the way, not every science is based on test tubes and microscopes. Exactly. Archaeology is a science as well. And most of what Charles Darwin was doing is he was observing intermediate fossils. He was looking at fossils and saying, this one is very similar to this one. When we actually look at the data, it seems to be earlier than this one. It seems to have evolved from that one. He did not have the tools that we have. So Enqi is making it sound like if he's not able to test the genome of a particular being, then there's no science. That is ridiculous. The reality is he just didn't have all the tools that we have today. So he's arguing that means that it's all incorrect. And I just want to show this very quickly. Here, there have been many. This is what Ankh is saying, by the way. Ankh would be doing this, but Ankh is in a car. Where in the world does Jabari end up being Ankh's right-hand man? I mean, that's what's happening today. What's happening? If Ankh wasn't in a car, he would be doing this. So I want you to see. This is from the U.S. National Science Foundation, right? Here is a scientific, according to Enqi's theories, I believe, scientific study on E. coli. This is from 2011. Richard Lenkey's 2-decade experiment on E. coli sheds new light on the evolutionary process. So this was Richard Lenski looking at E. coli over generations. E. coli, obviously, you know that their lifespan is much shorter than mammals, for example. So you're able to look at evolution. And so essentially you should see, it says here, the 12 populations live in an incubator in Linsky's laboratory in Michigan State University, each of the dozen flasks producing about 7 new generations every 24 hours. Think about that lifespan. Every day, the scientists take 1% of the population and transfer it into a flask with fresh glucose, a growth medium. They also take samples every 500 generations and freeze them for later study. So I want you to know that modern science with its modern tools has proven evolution. In fact, for those of you who are not going to read a scientific article, I love this website, Veritasium. Really good channel on YouTube. The longest running evolution experiment. I'm only going to play a second because I don't know whether they're going to issue a strike.
They are. So don't play that on my video.
So I want you to know. You don't know if they are. Stop it.
I do because I used them before.
So if you couldn't
don't
have
play
used
that
them
on the video because
you could not have used them before. What video did you use?
I used a video on electromagnetism.
And they give you a strike?
Absolutely.
That's probably because they said you were pseudo. Anyway, what I want you to do, I'm not going to play it. What I want you to do is go to this site and look at the longest running evolution experiment. You're going to actually see that for 30 years, every day for 30 years, these scientists have looked at these organisms and proven their evolution. So this is not a situation where we're not able to actually test evolution using modern science today. Evolution has been proven. And I want to say one more time, Ankh has said it. I said it 8 times before Ankh was able to get on. Pangenesis is not Darwin's theory of evolution. If anything, if you wanted to say there was a heart of his theory, maybe you could say the heart of his theory is natural selection. It's Charles Darwin's theory Evolutionary theory of natural selection, not pangenesis. By the way, Enqi, I'm going to say this again, did not know that pangenesis was not in the origin of species. Go back and look at the video, because when I said it, he froze. He was like, what?
No, I just didn't answer you, bro.
Did
Just like I didn't
not
answer Unc asking me
know
about
that.
scientific theory.
Pangenesis is not the heart
you trolling
of the theory of evolution.
All right, all right.
You have to, wait. You gotta read the actual work and the scientific studies to know that.
Okay.
All right. So I want to go to
Enqi, so Enqi can respond.
Cosmic Chris. No, Cosmic Chris. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. I ain't gonna be long.
You gotta let him speak, brother.
I ain't gonna be long. Honestly, I want to give Inky some flowers because I've been watching for a couple hours now, and he's been kicking butt 3-on-1. Y'all been coming on here and not saying he's wrong. He hasn't been wrong yet. I feel like Jabari, you just contradicted Ankh when you just said evolution wasn't tested enough. So if it's not tested enough, it's not a scientific theory, according to the definition. So I just want to do what Asuar did, because he came on here and gave his opinion, and that's all he did. He didn't show no facts or say nothing else but his opinion. So my opinion is, Dr. Inky, you kicked a butt today. You did your thing. You held it down. You held it down righteously. And like I told I feel like a lot of people, because they're older, they just be stuck in their ways. And they proved that a lot today. Ankh did, Jabari did, sa.neter, all of them. They are stuck in their ways, and they don't want to admit that they're agreeing with you, because they did come on here and agree with you. Hours full of it. None of them can tell you that you were wrong. None of them can tell you that that them genes were here 100 years ago when Charles Darwin was still alive, and how they came 100 years after. They never disagree with you. You've been on point, and you've been righteously on point this whole time. So I just want to give you your flowers on that. And sa.neter, I just want a little sidebar. Me and Shaka almost was going at it in the comments, and he wants to debate. I want to debate, so we got to set that up soon. I think that'll be powerful.
All right, man. Inky, you got some love up in here, boy. You got
Finally, after 3 hours, I've been hit on the head with bottles and chairs and all kind of pure madness.
All right.
And listen, let me say this. Hold on, Si. Let me respond to Jabari, and let me finish giving Chris his flowers. You know what I'm saying? Because the people can say what they want, but when I come up, I got Asuar on the panel to debunk me. I got Jabari. I got the Harlem Globe. I got the HOK All Stars to team up. They got the Forum Avengers because Galactic.
Now who sent you, nigga? Nobody sent you. Say another motherfucking word and this shit is over. And I ain't playing, nigga.
Yeah. So now look, let me say this about what Jabari's doing, because remember, I said at the beginning of the show about 3 hours when it was.
No, I'm only fucking with you, Inky. He
trolling.
It's okay, because Si's a part of that, you know. So it's okay. He got to get his moment in. Look, when it was just me and you asked me about the word evolution, and I told you when you asked me, I said, "Well, Si, that's one of the problems with what Ankh has been doing. He confuses the people, maybe by mistake or on purpose." Because I see Jabari try to do it, and I won't extend Jabari the same courtesy, because Jabari, as a teacher and a scholar, should know better. Ankh, you know, when it comes to the words, it get crazy sometimes. Evolution, the concept of evolution, is not the same as Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Charles Darwin's theory of evolution has a very specific set of science attached to it that was debunked in the 1800s, primarily by his cousin, Francis Galton. So now, when Jabari segues away from that quietly and goes to, yeah, and we all know evolution and blah, blah, blah. I don't disagree with evolution. I don't agree that we're changing. I don't agree that the environment plays a role in how we change and how our DNA is modified over time. But that is not Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. See, Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, unfortunately for these guys, rests on pangenesis. So if you're talking about natural selection, like Jabari, like, oh, well, we should make the heart of Charles Darwin theory natural selection. If we ask him what natural selection means, he's going to come to some sort of consensus about environment and survival of the fittest. And even in that conversation, we have to have a mechanism, right? So when the environment changes, when the environment influences a human, when it demands new traits for survival, etc. Hold on. There must be a mechanism. What are you doing, Sa? What are you doing, Sa? You highly visible with this bias, but you wilding, bro. We can pull up natural select. Like, I'm not into the kitty. Like, anybody can look up natural selection. What I'm saying is, even if you discuss natural selection, right, there has to be a mechanism by which natural selection functions. Because when you build a cell, right, let's go to the basics. Cells are the basic unit of the body. When you group cells together, you have a tissue. When you group tissues together, you get organs, glands, etc. Information has to have a very specific way to transfer from cell to cell, from parent to baby. So when you put a theory out there about how heredity is passed down, whether you saying the environment's doing it, whether you saying sex is doing it, whether you saying the stars are doing it, you have to provide the science part. You have to provide the actual mechanism for how that's done. And when Charles Darwin did that, he called it pangenesis. And in his pangenesis theory, he said that gemmules or gemmules were collected or shed from all of the cells and passed through the blood and the fluids of the body into the reproductive organs, where they transferred into the baby. When that was tested by Francis Galton, his cousin, it was found to be unequivocally wrong. The science portion, the actual mechanism of information transfer from parent to offspring, proven wrong 1800s. Incontrovertible fact. That's how you pronounce that word, just in case. Incontrovertible fact. So now you're going to pull up stuff on the screen. Okay, natural selection is the process by which advantageous heritable traits become more common in a population over generations, leading to evolutionary change. Full stop. Exactly what I just explained to you. Hold on. Don't move it now. Don't move it now. Put it back. Don't move it now. Put it back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Starting with the 9th word, the 9th and the 10th word. Literally the root of that sentence. Heritable traits. When you propose this as a theory, you have to propose the science for how the heritable traits go from parent to offspring. When he did that, it was debunked. Period. When we separate the part that was debunked, from the rest of the theory, it is philosophy. It is ideology. It is an observation, but it is not scientific fact. It is not scientific fact. Now, if we separate evolution, the process of evolution, from Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, we have to introduce things that did not exist in the lifetime of Charles Darwin, like DNA, like genes, like chromosomes. So when Napah asks me a question, Napah wants to go upstairs. Napah wants to have an actual scientific conversation about evolution. She's not having or even asking me a question about Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. She's asking me about genetics, DNA, and chromosomes, things that Charles Darwin knew nothing about.
All right, real quick. Let me bring in my big brother, man. Good to see him here, man. Good to see my brother is home now. And I speak of none other than Apostle. Peace, brother. How you doing, man?
Peace. I'm still at home, son. I'm in therapy.
Oh, you're still in therapy. Okay.
I'm still in therapy.
Anyway,
yeah, hopefully I'll be coming home this weekend.
Yes, sir. All right,
Peace,
brother.
Apostle.
Peace. Peace.
All right. You want to say anything? Or
yeah, man. I want to share some love with Inky.
Go ahead.
I want to share some love because I find myself in about a 90% agreement with him. And that's good. I mean, that's great, man, for me to be in agreement with Enqi like that, man, because I don't normally agree. But Enqi is carrying the show, man. That last thing he just showed, people going to twist that and try to make it like that's what Jabari and them saying. But that's what Enqi is saying. And I don't know how they can twist that to think like, first of all, I ain't never seen so many black folk, man, talk about a white racist in my life. What's all this affection?
Get him.
all right, you're freezing up, Apostle. You're freezing up. Wherever you at, you're freezing up a little bit. Go ahead. Talk. Yeah, Apostle, you're freezing up.
Nah, you sabotaging his joint,
No,
son.
you
You sabotaging his joint.
No,
The
brother.
Most High don't want him to say that.
No. Let him finish, y'all. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah,
You was freezing up a little bit, Apostle.
That was just my personal observation. I don't care what a known racist do right. I can't support him, and I'm not going to talk about him as if he's so good. I just can't do it. I can't forget about the other stuff that he said, and as if he never said it. So, but you know, it's on his own, man. I mean, there's a lot of controversy going on now about Charlie, man. But you know, you put yourself out there, and honestly, man, you reap what you sow. That's just the bottom line. But Inky, man, you doing your thing. You done showed them over and over, but they hate to be wrong, so they're gonna continue to argue with you. You know that, and that's just to support your information and how powerful your information is, because they don't want to accept it, because they've been saying this stuff. Unc been saying this stuff about this dude for years, man. And this dude is a clown, man. He was a clown when he was alive, and he's a clown now that he's dead. That's all I got to say, man.
All right, thank you. Let me go on over to Napah real quick. Napah is in the building.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you so much. This was an awesome build. I loved it. Inky, you, as usual, you did great. You know how to get in here and fight and hold your own. But I wanted to just ask the question to just everyone, like, why is it so important to defend Darwinism so fervently? I mean, why don't we do that with Aristotle and Plato while we're at it? Everyone agrees that the science was flawed, but there's a lot of useful information that he did bring out with his research, and we got to remember that he's not the only one who brought forth the science on evolution. Before him, I don't know. Again, I'm not interested in fighting for Darwin or fighting against Darwin, because there are a lot of different scientists who said, yes, species evolve. And I'm getting to ask, that's where I'm going to ask you a question, Inky. But Lamarck, who was his predecessor, a French scientist, he studied that scientist. He agreed a lot with that scientist. Interestingly, I don't know a lot. Just right now, while I was listening, I went and looked up more about the, what is it again? You said it's the Pangenesis. And I saw that he he started to disagree more with Lamarck's studies because he was going forward with the pangenesis idea or the teachings, which obviously were flawed because he didn't have the information on genes. So with all that said, I do see a tinge, a little bit of scientism in here where people are fighting for one of their prophets, which is Darwinism. We don't have to fight for Darwinism. We don't have to windmill for him, just like you don't fight for Aristotle. The science was flawed. You all agree. They didn't have any information on genetics like they do now. He made a huge embarrassing mistake, if you really want to say that. I mean, saying that a bunch of, particles gravitate to your genitals and that's how genes are passed on. But he didn't even say genes. So let's just say, yeah, I don't get it. That's why we stayed on that so much that we really didn't get to hear, I think, the rest of what Enqi was going to say. And so what I want to ask you, Enqi, is, I know you didn't just have that in your bag, the whole pangenesis thing. Do you agree with evolution as far as species? Do you agree that species actually evolve? Or are you a creationist? Like, do you think we were put on Earth just how we are? Do you say that humans specifically did evolve? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm not sure if I just came back in. I ran out to the bus real quick.
To get your children. Well, I was asking, I understand that you brought forth pangenesis, but do you have a problem aside from Darwinism? I know that's your build today, like you're fighting against Darwinism, the religion, the scientism of protect Darwinism at all costs. But do you not agree, or do you have are you a creationist? Do you say that humans did not evolve from a common ancestor?
I absolutely agree that complex life evolved from single cell organisms. That's what I'll put on the record for you today. I absolutely wholeheartedly. Sir, do you mean to have Final Cut on the screen? Sir, what are you doing? I absolutely mean. I absolutely agree that single cells evolved into, complex life, plants, animals, and then we're at the top of that chain. I absolutely agree that our environment, our diet, our lifestyle, our light, our air, our water are all changing the way our genes express themselves, which is a large contributor to some of the diseases and the illnesses that we deal with today. It just has to be clarified emphatically. It has to be clarified emphatically. If I got to get the arrows in my back for 4-5 hours, I'm fine with it. But it has to be clarified that evolution and modern biology, modern biochemistry is not Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. What we know of today as modern biology and modern biochemistry were the things that debunked and disproved the scientific transfer of heredity from parent to offspring related to Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. So when Jabari is saying, oh yeah, we didn't have the tools that we do now. Okay, great. So when we got the tools that we got now, we invalidated even further those theories, which is why they're now listed as outdated or influential, because they're not facts and they were discarded. This is why I gave the example of us finding out what a water molecule was, because we have continued to develop new technology every decade, but we have not examined the water molecule and said, oh yeah, they was wrong in the 1800s. A water molecule is not 2 hydrogens and an oxygen. The reason why is because when they ran the hypothesis and observations through the scientific rigor, which includes experiment, it was proven to be valid. So we understand how the periodic table works to a large extent. We understand how compounds and molecules are created from single atoms. We've got plenty of new technology being developed, and those things have not changed. The only things that will change are the things that are incorrect. And so for Jabari and Ankh and maybe Asuar, I don't know exactly where Asuar stands with it, to try to prop up the science portion of Charles Darwin's overall theory, that's terrible. That's terrible. That's nasty work right there. And Asuar, again, I don't put Asuar in the same category as I would Ankh. Asuar is somebody who's diligent with his studies. So come on, Asuar, you got to be, you got to be a little bit more, come on now. Your good name is on the line out here with people now.
All right, Inky, we are at the part where closure have to come. I want everybody to give us a minute, and then we're going to have Inky close the show out. We got 3 hours in. It should be 4 hours in because we started at 12 o'clock. So let me go to Brother Ankh because Ankh is in the car, and I want Ankh to go ahead and close us out real quick. Your closing remarks, Ankh? Unmute yourself. Okay, we're going to go with Asuar real quick because Ankh can't hear me probably. Close us out, Asuar.
I just want to say that what we really got to understand is what we've seen here today is that Inky had a lot to say. And I think that he likes to give narratives without showing any sources. He likes to give long, drawn out speeches. And he's intelligent. Don't get me wrong. A lot of what Inky says isn't without any type of information or forethought, right? People can come up with hypotheses and theories based off of facts. But when you have scholars in here who really have done the work, that's why I didn't speak on it. I have information on I have studied evolution. I know evolution very well, but not as well as these two scholars. So I let them speak. I didn't come in here to give my opinion where edification can be brought. And when I see people who's in the chat and people who's on the panel, notice that there was no pro Enqi people on the panel that was able to give the information that Enqi was given, right? They agreed with him, right? They couldn't articulate actually what he was saying, right? Because the people who disagree with him actually can articulate in their disagreements. And we all have our own disagreements, but fact is what rules. And we understand that the theory of evolution is built on a body of facts that's been tested and proven. So when we have people on here who who comes on here and wants to teach us and give us their theory, well, not even their theory, not a scientific one, but their theory on something, they have to be open for it to be challenged, right? They have to be open to show and prove the information with sources and not come on here and rant and rant and rant.
All right, 10 seconds.
And I'll just close with that. I'll close with that. And I'd like to say the peace to everybody on the panel. It was a great show. Peace to everybody in the chat. Whether you said something positive about me or negative, we all family.
All right, thank you, my brother Asuar. What you say, Ankh?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. We are closing out. We are closing out. You want to go ahead and give your closing statement?
So yeah, this is something that Enqi clearly understands. He understands mechanisms in evolution. So Charles Darwin actually only identified one mechanism, and that will be natural selection. So natural selection is a mechanism in evolution. Enqi, I'll never forget, he argued about horizontal gene transfer as defeating evolution, not recognize that horizontal gene transfer was also a mechanism in evolution. Adaptation is also a mechanism. Horizontal gene transfer. So these things that we talk about is based in science. It's not based in tradition. It's not based in the white man or the black man. It's based in empirical data, tested repeatedly. So I want that source from this man. This says Charles Darwin's theory of evolution by way of natural selection, okay, is not a scientific theory. If he produces that, I will no longer teach again. I will shut my mouth and go on my happy business. That's what I'm saying right now. So I'm gonna end with that.
All right, let's move on over to I know you wasn't here for the battle, Apostle, but you said you saw most of it. You saw most of it. So let's give us your closing right quick.
Yeah, no, I saw from the start to the end. So
okay, give us your closing in a minute.
Sitting there in my room. Yeah. My thing was I just wanted to support Inky and his presentation. And I stated that I don't agree with 100% of what Inky was saying, but I agree with about 90% of what Inky was saying. And it's not a matter of white and black like Uncle want to make it. But let's face it, man, back then we were dictated to. The information that we had from the 60s back was information that was dictated to us. We can't put out our life on the line and guarantee that information is true because somebody said it's true, or because
like the Bible.
Let him finish, Young. You can't talk on his closing.
I know.
The Bible is true.
Yo, let him close out, man, without no interruption.
I never said that the Bible was true.
Brother, don't get sidetracked. Apostle, don't let them sidetrack you, brother. Keep going.
Okay. Yeah, so, no, Inky, good job, man. Appreciate your boldness. Appreciate your willingness to come forth. And know that you're going to receive all this opposition in which you had to say. I just say the hell with y'all. Darwin, his cousin mama too. I don't care about that. Like Napah said, let's find some other things to talk about, and maybe we won't be disagreeing with him. We'll be coming to a common agreement. You know, there's other people out here that, I mean, what about the Piltdown man? Didn't they say that was true until it was proven a lie? And I'm sure some of you probably believed in the Piltdown man, because that's how y'all go. Because they say so, y'all accept it. You know, because they say it is, y'all accept it. So
made that up.
I'm done, man. Y'all want to talk while I'm talking? So look, I'm in a hospital. I'm trying to keep myself calm and cool and collected. Hopefully, I'll be getting out of here by Saturday. I ain't never been in a hospital this long in my life, so. But
all right, I hope you get well soon, Apostle. I hope you get well soon.
Yeah, and he got some herbs for you.
Hey,
Take
hold on, everybody, hold on. We got to finish closing out. So I can let him close the thing out. Napah, let's close out.
Yeah, I just want to say this is great. I'm echoing. There's an echo. Something's going on with an echo. But everybody on the panel today, it was great. There were a lot of intelligent minds going. This information is very important because sa.neter, you bring it out, and then we get to do our research, and we learn from this. You know, it pushes us to really sharpen up on it. I want to say thank you to Inky and all the other scholars and intelligent minds on the panel today. I do want to reiterate that, you know, I heard Ankh mention points of Darwin's theory that I absolutely agree with. There are things that he spoke about, adaptation. You know, as far as natural selection, I do believe that it's a foundation of survival. You know, of species. So there are points that I and everybody else, you can look at Darwin and anyone else with information, and if it can be proven in the natural world with scientific research and theory is proven, with all the facts are proven, then you can accept it. You don't have to For me, you don't have to say, well, it's Darwin, so anything he says, I follow it. It's Lamarck, I'm going to follow everything Lamarck says. It's Michio Kaku, I absolutely subscribe to everything they say. You take the facts and you look at the information and you say, yeah, this holds up. You don't have to fight for scientists who, like what was said earlier, they're going to be wrong sometimes, but a lot of their information is going to be right, and it's useful. So again, thank you for this information. Thank you for this conversation. Inky, I really want to sit down with you and get you locked in on where you are with us being apes, having a common ancestor with apes, because that's where I think you and I could really have a great conversation. And don't forget, I was still talking to you about the expensive tissue hypothesis. I really want to get back to that conversation with you. Thank you so much for letting me close out and say all that. And peace to the HOK and the darkest minds of the light. Peace.
All right, Jabari, let's go. Hold up, Jabari. Paul been here for a long time.
Yeah.
Paul been here for a minute, but he ain't getting to speak. So I will allow him to close out. Close out, Paul.
Yeah, I just want to say, man, I think Inky's been misrepresented. You know, I personally own over 100 of his books, and when it comes to sources, there's all types of sources, and it's over the amount of sources, in comparison to the number of the books that I own. So, and they're not his words; they're all scientific journals and stuff like that. So I just wanted to say that, because I feel like he was being misrepresented.
All right. Thank you. Brother Jabari, let's go. And then we got Enqi to close us out.
I want to say, family, that the benefit of this channel is that it allows people to make arguments, and it allows our community to understand what a good argument looks like. How you come to know something is of critical importance. And if we develop some mechanisms to understand how we should come to understanding something, then we'll be stronger as a community. And right off the bat, I have to say, some of you, people that I respect dearly, are saying that you heard a great presentation from someone who decided that the title page of a book was going to be a source, not the book itself, read not even a sentence, not even a syllable from the book, the title page, which was disproven, misunderstood the title page, and then showed you 2 AI overviews. That was the presentation. We have to be better than this. We have to be better than this. If you think that you want to support someone because it seems like everyone disagrees with them, boy, you're going to be going down a really, really painful road. Because sometimes a lot of people disagree with people because it is evident that what they are saying is wrong. And I just want to say that really the only person that was on here, now I'm not including Ankh because Ankh was driving, the only person that was on here showing you sources was Jabari. I heard some of you say that if we're able to prove evolution in a scientifically, then you'll support it. I just showed you that it has been proved several times. I'm not sure what you're not hearing, but I'm concerned about it. It's of critical importance for us to listen to these presentations and truly get to a better understanding of how to know. That's the issue that we're going to have to address. With that, let me say to you, family, peace.
Don't go nowhere yet. Let me tell you, Jabari, yes. Lord Abba is feeling a kind of way. He will be in New York soon to take care of some business. But while he's here, He definitely want to sit with you because he don't like the statement that you made. I'm coming to New York in a few weeks, y'all. I want Jabari on the couch for a live convo / debate. He said I was the smartest dude in the homeless shelter. He gonna have to prove that. Let's go, Lord.
I actually did say that he was the smartest dude, the most articulate dude, I think I said, at the homeless shelter. And let's be very clear. Lots of folks say lots of things about me. They really struggle when I hit back.
That's
so
right.
If you can't take the jab, you definitely not gonna be able to take the right cross.
And I'm gonna tell you something. Y'all think it's easy. I'm gonna tell you right now, Lord Abba, sitting face to face with him is even harder, brother. Y'all think it's easy, but it's really not. All right. But Lord Abba is not he's not a rookie at this. He's been doing this for years too.
Sure. There are lots of boxers that actually are the stepping stone. Lots of boxers beat them and they continue to box for their whole career. But anyway, let me just say, if he wants to sit on the couch, we gonna sit on the couch. I have no issue with that whatsoever.
There you go. We don't run from nobody, man.
Issue with that whatsoever.
Right. And with that, let's let our brother Dr. Enqi close us out. Enqi, you got unlimited time, of course. Unmute yourself, Dr. Enqi.
And what
Great.
Say, yo.
Oh my goodness.
No speaking, Unc. You can't do that. Be respectful.
If I'm closing out the video, why don't we just drop the platform? You just
I got you, brother.
Yeah, let's just get rid of
thank y'all for everybody that came in. I gotta let y'all go, man. Let Enqi close out respectfully. All right. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
Now, stop. I'm glad that you said I got unlimited time. I really appreciate that because I think I'm going to go ahead and utilize it. so let's
you get a feeling of the toughest environment. Told you, man.
Why do you keep saying that?
Listen, brother. I want you to be strong, man.
Listen, you got to remember that I am the foundation. There's nobody left that built this toughest environment with you besides me. Jabari wasn't there with us on 125th. Jabari wasn't there at Wesley Muhammad versus Natural Tahu. Jabari wasn't there. So you gotta stop telling me that.
No,
you
this
gotta remember.
This is us right here, Enqi. This is what we came up with, man.
Hey, come on now. So you got to, all right now. Okay. So let's put some respect on my name out here in these streets.
All right. We came up with the adjustment barrel. So come on.
Right. So understand that I understand how this thing works here. Now, when we get to the very end, and because Jabari's been doing this so long and Unkh's been doing this so long, they understand the dynamics of a long video. Most people won't watch the entire video. So the closing statement is drastically different from the repetitive statement that I made Ankh repeat over and over, and I made Jabari repeat over and over. And I made all of their constituents that came up on the platform repeat it over and over. Oh yeah, no, Pangenesis is outdated. Oh yeah, it was incorrect. Oh yeah, that was wrong. Oh yeah, that was disproven. Even the sister that came on said she had to catch a flight. So she didn't want to go back and forth. She just wanted to say something and run. She said, "Oh yeah, well, scientists make mistakes, and we don't hold the mistake against the scientists. Once the science has been disproven, we just no longer include it in science." And I'm like, okay, well, that's what I've been saying this entire time, right? And then Ankh on the sidebar, with the ad libs, because he tries to use the ad libs to reinforce his narratives. So on the ad lib, he goes, "Oh yeah." See, he might not think I heard. "Oh yeah," and Inky said horizontal gene transfer debunks Charles Darwin's theory of it. Absolutely does. When Jabari is saying over and over, right, totally agreeing with me, even though he has to put it in a combative format because he didn't come up on the panel to agree with me. When Jabari saying, "Oh yeah, well, it was replaced by later science, blah, blah, blah." He never said what the exact later science was that replaced it. It's horizontal gene transfer and vertical gene transfer. Vertical gene transfer is when a parent directly shares their genetic material with an offspring. That happens now, we know, through DNA, right? We know that the sperm cell is the smallest cell. We know the egg is the largest cell. You know, we know all of these different things now. None of this existed in the time of Dalton. We know that there's not just parent to offspring influence. We know that there's environmental influence, which falls under horizontal gene transfer. Horizontal gene transfer is how DNA and RNA in our environment come into our body one way or another, and it causes us to get sick. It causes us to get viruses. It modifies our DNA. You know, we have things, viral segments of DNA, transposons. There's a litany that I could continue to go on and on and on about modern science, modern biochemistry, modern biology, how information is transferred via DNA. So again, when Ankh said in his closing, oh yeah, natural selection is a mechanism. Natural selection is not a mechanism. Natural selection is an idea. Natural selection is a concept. Natural selection is a concept that says the strongest genes that are capable of handling the environment will be the genes that continue to be passed on. But guess what? You can't have a conversation about natural selection without genes. And since the conversation of natural selection is based on genes, which is based on DNA that we didn't learn about till 100 years after Charles Darwin, you cannot retroactivate these things to Charles Darwin's theory. They're so enamored with Charles Darwin for some reason that they want to actually discard Charles Darwin's proposed theory of how information transfers from parent to child and supplant that with information that didn't even exist in his lifetime. So, yeah, you got work to do. Horizontal gene transfer, which amongst the whole other bunch of scientific concepts that Ankh said he never knew nothing about, just like when we had this convo, remember, the video is going to last forever. What is pangenesis, Inky? I never even heard of that. Woo! That's a hot take. That is a hot take there, brother. So now I have to give thanks to Paul, right? Because Paul came up here amongst some of the other family to defend, what I was up here doing and saying, and he started talking about my books and the source material and all that. Paul, the reason why I don't mention any of that over here is because this is not that, brother. You know, we do that on the other side. This is not that. Ankh is not familiar enough with the subject matter. Neither is Jabari. What they're doing is putting up a good bluff, going off camera, going off screen, making up excuses for why they got to blink off. Then they're doing quick research and then coming back responding with the research. That's what they're doing. That's what Jabari did. Jabari like, oh yeah, he did an AI search. That's exactly what Jabari did. Jabari did an AI search. Jabari did an AI search on pangenesis and came back with, oh, it's not in the book. Yeah, so that's not even Charles Darwin's theory. And then once I start speaking again, he left again to do more Googling and then came back and said, oh yeah, that is Charles Darwin's theory, and it was disproven and replaced. But what I'm saying is, Enqi, is you got to provide a source for Francis Galton debunking blah, 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 blah. Bro, this is 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and hit a share screen real quick because I like to keep things.
When Jabari first came on,
you're not Jabari. You're not Jabari. So you're not getting ready to argue for Jabari. Just go ahead and hit the share screen and let me do what I'm doing, Si. Now let's go ahead and read this. Pangenesis was Charles Darwin's hypothetical mechanism for heredity. That right there is when you're supposed to drop the bombs and the missiles, Si, because you done had your whole panel of all-stars come up here and try to tell you that first, pangenesis didn't have nothing to do with Charles Darwin. Second, they moved off that and then said pangenesis ain't got nothing to do with Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. We're not even halfway through the whole sentence, and that's blown up. There is nowhere that you're going to find pangenesis without finding that that's Charles Darwin's theory of how information translated from parent to offspring. Pangenesis was Charles Darwin's hypothetical mechanism for heredity, in which he proposed that each part of the body continually emitted its own type of small organic particles called gemmules that aggregated in the gonads. Stop again right there. We got Jabari on video saying, Charles Darwin never said that. Charles Darwin never said that the particles goes into the testicles or the penis. Why would Inky make that up? That's disingenuous. Sa.neter, this scholarship is
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Right. All right. So one of the things I grade this to be I gotta give it 100. I grade this debate convo 100. And the simple fact is because there was no profanity. Did anybody hear any profanity? I didn't hear no profanity. Inky got knocked off or his internet or something. Yeah, I give this 100 because there was no profanity this whole 4 hours, y'all. Did y'all hear that? Damn, Enqi got knocked off, man. So anyway, let me see if he's gonna hit back, come back on. I want him to think that I kicked him off. Don't want him to think that. Because, you know, he's going to run and make a video. Sa.neter kicked me off the show. Y'all know how weak brothers can be when they do that. Got kicked off. What happened? You coming back? Come on back and close out, man. You got kicked off or something. I don't know. Yeah. All right, we got him coming back, I think. So, yeah, that's what I give it. I'll give it a 100 for the simple fact that there was no profanity. I guess the people are starting to learn. They're starting to learn. So, it is what it is. Let me give him a couple more minutes. If he can't come back, he said he'd be back in. Let me give him a couple of minutes, and then we out. I really want to end the show right now. We got 4 hours in. Going once. Come on, Inky. If you're coming in, come on, man. I don't know if your joint got cut off or something. Going twice. And we gone, Dr. Inky. We have to do a part 2. We'll have to do a part 2, Inky. Peace and blessings to everybody. Thank y'all. Talk to y'all soon.